money.
Nobody wants to bet Seattle U, except for this guy. They're going to win this game outright, but I'll be safe and take the points, plus 6.5.
And delivering the late night sweats.
And it's gone! It's gone!
Oh,
it is gone!
No way!
It's gone! Holy God! It is gone!
I need to celebrate tonight with my family. Do it for my kids. Do it for my boy. It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Probably the big noise happens with it. Ryan Orban in the house on this Manic Monday. We're going to try to track down Brandon Cristal here momentarily. Talk some Denver Broncos football. But in the meantime, as we're attempting to lasso him and get him, engaged here on this interview, quick update. It is 14-14 now between the Bengals and the Commanders. 13:40 to go in the first half. Joe Burrow inexplicably still in the game, threw a touchdown pass on that last drive to Jones. Every other starter is out, so Burrow was in there with the second team, essentially trying to give him some reps, building up the chemistry. Chase Brown cashed in for Ryan Horvath, scoring on the first drive at 13-1. Cha-ching! So making some cash money, to say the least, in the preseason. As we just saw Johnson, the ball nearly sailed over his head on the snap. That's Josh Johnson, I think, playing for roughly his 20,000th franchise in the NFL. I think he's played for every single team, it seems like. It's kind of crazy that he's still alive and kicking right now in the NFL, collecting a check. So that is the update between the Commanders there and Bengals. Again, 14-14, just over 12 minutes ago in the first half. Also, friendly reminder, folks, phone line still wide open if you want to talk fantasy football with us. You want to talk sports betting as well, whether in the NFL futures market, college football futures, MLB, or the WNBA. You absolutely can. Simple way to contact Tori and I. Just pick up the phone and dial us full at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also submit your comments and questions on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it's asking you this: which fantasy football wide receiver is most underpriced? Again, most underpriced at his current ADP in 12-team fantasy drafts. Your options are Ricky Pearsall of San Francisco, pick number 69.16. Emeka Buka at pick number 70.12. Matthew Golden, pick number 82.42. Or Cooper Kupp, now with the Seahawks, at pick number 92.16. So far, over 250 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep those votes coming and drop us a comment, a.k.a. bring the noise on X at BetMGM tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM tonight. Brandon is dealing with some sort of technical snafu right now, so he's attempting to work the ghost out of the machine and get his set up and prop.
Now, from the BetMGM Network, it's time for the Daily Tip
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
with Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League Soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Here we go. We are off and running on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Good morning. Coming up, we'll take a look back at last night's preseason action in Landover. Bengals and Commanders going at it on Monday Night Football. In 20 minutes, more from the latest in the NFL as the Patriots, Dylan's team, look to bring more star power to Foxborough. And since it's a Tuesday, that means we will talk about my streaming corner and what everyone has been watching. At 7 o'clock, we'll take a look at the latest fashion wear that you may or may not want to wear that is driven by the National Football League, so that's kind of interesting. That's followed by the plays we like tonight in Major League Baseball and a game of this or that. And then during the 8 o'clock hour, of course, we're going to get into college football with Adam Rittenberg, the senior college football writer for ESPN. Doctor time and our best bets at 8:40. I'm Michael Jenkins in D.C. She is Chelsea Messenger live in Nashville. Chelsea, how you doing? It is a Tuesday, right? Yes. Okay. Good.
Yes,
got
it
that
is
down?
a Tuesday.
You know me. I just got back. I got to get back, back in the straight and narrow here and get my bearings right, but it's great to see you. How you doing?
Yeah, 1 for 1 already. You got the day right.
Woo!
Welcome back. We're glad to have you. And also, doesn't it feel like football season is kind of here now? Like we had NFL football on a Monday night. We had Joe Burrow, we had Jaden Daniels, and even like much to the chagrin of their coaches, it felt like they kind of felt like it was a regular season game for like little flashes where you're like, oh, you probably shouldn't be running that much. Oh, you probably shouldn't be, diving in the end zone. But it feels like fall is upon us. Like last night was the first time where I felt like, okay, like football's finally here. It felt like that to me.
Yeah, it certainly does. The grind is here. It's here. I was pulling into the stadium last night, and, you see the fans walking in, and then you're kind of looking around like, you're at a football stadium. It is time. College football's here. The NFL is here. And then I think especially, like you were saying, when you see Joe Burrow on the field against Jaden Daniels, and yes, they only played a couple series. Jaden only played one. But you see those guys out there even for a few moments, and then it really hits you like, oh, this isn't just a bunch of second and third stringers. Like, we're really close to the regular season. We got week 0 of college football. So we've been talking about it being here for a while. Oh, it's going to be here. No, it's really here now.
Yeah, it almost felt like when you see like the starters on the field, it's like when retired racehorses hear the like call to the stable or whatever. It's like a reaction in your brain. You're like, oh, it's time. And I feel like, again, I thought that the players kind of felt that way too, where we tell them, hey, it's the preseason. You don't have to go for every first down. But once they're out there, like you could tell that they wanted to just let loose. And sometimes I felt like they couldn't help it. So I feel that way about football. When it's on the screen, it feels real to me. So I will be enjoying it.
Oh, as you should. And I'm glad I'm not injured before football season. When I was in the pool, when I was at my mom's pool back in Texas just for a few days, and all we did was just sleep in, pour a drink, go to the pool, go back, get another drink, lay out by the pool, hang around. So that was awesome. But we were in the pool at one point, and I got stung by a wasp, which whatever, but I'm highly allergic, so I had to watch that. And then on this same finger, this is the dumbest thing ever. Sometimes you just almost get involved in a really dumb accident. So there was, I don't know, it was a bee, or I think it was a wasp that landed on the water while we were in the water. And I flicked my hand up to get rid of it, and I'd forgotten that my parents' pool was just made of this stone. And there are these little outlets where water flows into the pool. And these things are so sharp, and I mean hard stone, and I flicked my finger up right into this little outlet. Let me tell you something. There was about an hour there where I was like, I think I broke my finger, maybe 2 fingers. So I had to go inside, ice it, but now it's moving. It's good. It's good. I don't need a splint on my hand just before football season. I got to have my hand available to grasp any and all beverages. So thank God that did not take place.
Okay, so is it your main hand? Is it your throwing hand?
Yeah.
Or is it your offhand?
Yeah, it's tough for me. It's my throwing hand. It's my beer grabbing hand. It's my drink grabbing hand. That's my throwing hand. I'm right-handed. So the last thing I need is to be like, hey, let me get this drink, and like my hands are all stiff, or I got a splint on. Then maybe I pour the drink somewhere. I spill a sip or two. We can't have that. So it's okay. I almost went to the doctor today, but now it's moving again. So I thought I might have broken it, but I'm okay. Everything's good to go just in time for football.
It felt like it was like a sly way to show your ring. You're like those girls that got engaged where you're like, oh, I think my nail got hurt. And they just put their finger like right in your face.
Look at it. See, it got really hurt. Yeah. No.
So does it feel like college football season is soon too? Because that's why I bring it up, because that's your Texas ring, right?
That is my Texas ring. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, God. And I got a friend of mine, he went to Ohio State, and he wants to watch the game together. And I'm just like, I don't know if I want to do this. Because he's a hardcore fan. I'm a hardcore fan. I was like, I don't know. Do you think we can do this? He's like, oh, absolutely. We could definitely do it. We're going to sit together. We're going to watch a game. We're going to have drinks all day. It's going to be awesome. I was like, okay. maybe it'll be awesome. But when things get tense in a game like that, it's not necessarily a good idea to watch someone who is cheering for the opposing team. You know what I mean? Yeah, but just put my ring in his face. Like, what do you think about
that? What's the score? Oh, how many touchdowns is that for Arch Manning now? Oh, who's your quarterback? You just decided? Oh, that's cute. No.
We'll see.
We've known for a while now. Even when he wasn't playing, we already knew. So are you going to are you going to go to his house? Is it going to be like at a bar? I'm sure you've already made plans for this, right?
We're planning it tentatively. I was asking Catherine about this last night. I was like, what should I do here? And then also, the Commanders don't play that weekend, or they play on a Monday night? I don't think they play that weekend, so I don't have to worry about that. And then Shabuzi is playing on later that evening outside of the city, and Catherine is dying to go see Shabuzi. I don't know why.
That'll be
I like
fun.
Shabuzi. It would be fun. She's dying. So it's like the game starts at noon, and then I think it's a big festival, starts at 2. So it's going to be like college football Shabuzi weekend. This is why I can't be injured for any of that. I got to be 100%.
Yeah, it sounds awesome. Like, I don't care if you don't like Shabuzi. The concert will be fun because a lot of his songs are, upbeat drinking songs.
Yeah.
So those type of concerts are really fun. I don't know how you dance to it, but the key is you get drunk enough so you can dance to country music. Because I don't think that's the problem with country music. Like, how do you dance to it? Do you just get really drunk and like sway around?
Yeah.
Because I feel like normally at concerts you want to do something. You don't want to just stand there. So I guess you could sing along. Or, like I said, you get drunk enough to dance.
I think that's what you do. I mean, you're not going to be like, hey, it's time to two-step right now. You know what I mean? When you're sitting out in a field, like on a blanket. So I think that's the way it goes. How did it go last night for the Bengals and Commanders? Well, it was the Bengals getting the dub over DC, 31-17. The Bengals were laying 3.5. Bengals were minus 190 on the money line. Total set at 43 and a hook. Another overhits in the preseason. Joey Burrow, 9 of 14, 62 yards, and directing a couple of touchdown drives.
Something left in the tank at 36 years old. Burrow and Jones somehow to Jones for the touchdown.
That's Joe Buck on ESPN, but Washington game early on in this one, getting a 14-yard rushing touchdown from their starting quarterback, Jaden Daniels, and Bill makes an appearance as well. Ja'Cory Crosky-Merritt carrying 11 times for 46 yards. Brian Robinson Jr. sitting out for the Commanders. That's a point of contention now. Also a huge game for a former Commander, Mitchell Tinsley, who makes 5 catches for 73 yards and 2 scores. And Chelsea, the thing about this game that stood out to me, I thought Jaden Daniels looked great in his single drive, but the Bengals kept Joey Burrow in there for a while, and he was getting thrown around. Like, that offensive line looks awful, and I think at some point Bengals fans had to be screaming, like, get him out of the game.
Yeah, I was worried about his survival because you were thinking to yourself, what are they doing? This is a preseason game. He is the face of the franchise, and without Joe Burrow, it feels like they don't stand a chance, even though Jake Browning did a nice job coming in after Joe Burrow. But still, the way he was scrambling around in the pocket feels like there's still issues on the offensive line for the Bengals. And maybe that the urgency is even more than we thought. Because think about it. The hot seat is warming up for Zach Taylor. And we've seen how slow the starts have been for the Bengals over the past few years. That's what it felt like last night. It was like, okay, we've reached a tipping point where we really need to be on our game as soon as the season starts. So we're going to let Joe ride in there. And I will say Joe played with plenty of intensity there, but like scrambling backwards, like just throw it away. You do not need to pick up a first down in the preseason. It's fine. Just take it. It can be 4th and 27, but your health is the most important factor. Like, that's what I was starting to think. I was like, okay, is Joe Burrow seeing this defense and saying, okay, this season's just not going to be it. I'm just going to go down with an injury and we'll try again next year. It almost looks suicidal.
Yeah, but seriously. Well, and plus, you're like, Joe, there's other ways to do this. But he was, running around like, and it's strange to see with a veteran quarterback. Do you know what I mean? If you're a rookie quarterback, you're still trying to make your way in the NFL, that can happen. But you rarely see that with a guy who's been in the league for so long and who is one of the elite, uber elite quarterbacks in the National Football League. I will also say that I think the time in DC is probably over for Brian Robinson Jr., which is kind of crazy to say. And this sped up quickly. Like, this went from, okay, maybe the Commanders might be interested in a new running back to, both sides have agreed that he's going to sit. The Commanders were telling him, we're going to sit you because they're looking to trade him, maybe cut him, but I think ultimately they want to trade him and get something for him in return. And then they have this kid that they drafted late in the draft, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, who wants to be known as Bill. So Bill has come on and been a wonderkind at camp. He looks great. He looked great last night. And it just feels like Brian Robinson Jr. has never sort of fit into what the Commanders want to do in that offense. Great short yardage back, but he doesn't have that explosive speed. And so he's gone from, hey, this is our starter, to throughout camp, he might be challenged, to, I don't know if he's going to be on the team here in a couple weeks.
Yeah, it's crazy how quickly it has come on, and you're right. As somebody who's bet on Brian Robinson props before, like, it feels like he had some, like, great opportunities to have, like, huge games, and it's like, he's averaging 2.3 yards per carry. So you're right. Sometimes it takes him a while to get going, and sometimes he's one of those guys that needs to build up that momentum. So, like, if the line is clogged, like, he's not getting through. It's almost similar to, like, Derrick Henry, but obviously not the level of Derrick Henry.
Yeah.
But you're right. It feels like the Bill show now, which, okay, do we need to pump the brakes? Because let's say this about the Bengals defense. It ain't good. It hasn't been good, and it didn't look good last night. So I understand Bill looked really good last night, but
he did.
Is any of that due to the fact that the Bengals' run defense was absolutely terrible? Like, the Commanders didn't even throw the ball on the first drive, did they? And they still scored. They ran every play.
I think that's part of it because that helped him show out last night. But if you go back into camp, like, immediately, this guy has made an impression. Like, this isn't the first time that Commanders coaches and even fans have said, who is this guy? And remember, he was chosen in the 7th round, but the reason why is because he only played a single game at Arizona last year. So had he played more games, then potentially he's a much higher draft pick. And I have to say, even the coaches noticed he's really fast. He cuts quickly. He's kind of a violent player. He's not afraid to run over you if he can. And he gives the team a home run threat that they just don't have in Brian Robinson Jr. So this was sort of the culmination of what coaches have seen in camp, because you ask anyone who has been out in Ashburn, they'll say, this Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt kid, like, he looks really good. He's looked good in practice. He looked good last week, even though he didn't get, a ton of touches against the Patriots. You could see even catching the ball, like, how talented he is. And so last night, sure, it doesn't help that the Bengals defense is not great, but it also didn't surprise anyone who has followed him throughout camp.
Yeah, but I don't think, like, the casual fans knew who he was.
Oh, that's
let
true.
alone that story about how he got his name. Like, that was news to me yesterday. Like, how do you go from Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt to Bill? Like, it's crazy. I understand it's because he looks like Little Bill, but I think we should all play the game of, like, what's your JCM nickname? So, like, my name is Chelsea Messenger, so I'm going to go by Pat. So what is your,
Pat?
your nickname? Something that, like, doesn't even make sense. Like, that's what I'm getting at. Is, like, you just choose a random, very short name.
I'll just go with, well, it needs to be one syllable, right? I was going to go with Marty, which is lame. How about Matt? I'll just go with Matt. That's a good one. Matt Jenkins. It's crazy. I mean, you go from, how am I going to pronounce this guy's name? Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. And he's like, just call me Bill. Bill Krosky-Merritt or Bill Merritt. And he really wants to be known as that. So maybe for the purposes of this show, it'll be Matt and Pat.
The Matt and Pat show.
It's Matt and Pat.
Sounds like we need to be on Antiques Roadshow.
Yes.
But one more question. Does he want to be known simply as Bill? Like, don't say his last name? Does he want to be like a one-name thing? Or is it Bill Ja'Krosky, or was it Krosky-Merritt?
Yeah.
Like, does he want that to be his first name?
He just wants that to be his first name, from what I understand. And there's still a lot of discussion. Is it Bill Merritt? Is it Bill Krosky-Merritt? I think Bill Krosky-Merritt is where we're going to go, because it says Krosky-Merritt on the back of his jersey. But it's definitely not one word, like Prince or Madonna or Shabuzi, for example. Coming up next on the show, the Patriots are looking for a superstar. That is next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back to the show on a Tuesday. It is great to have you with us. Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up here on the show, the Patriots have the cash. Now they just need another star. Well, if you have cash and you live in New York City, then there's a new restaurant you might want to check out. And it's being opened, has opened. And the man behind it is Salvo Lacastro, I should say, who is a former chef at the Vatican. So he opened this restaurant called Casa Salvo in July. He spent 10 years as the chef in the Vatican under Pope John Paul II and Pope Benedict XVI. He says this: doesn't matter if I'm cooking for a pope, a president, or an ordinary person. If you want to go, cheapest option is $155 per person. So, Chelsea, what is the best, most divine meal you've ever had? And would you go to this place?
I don't know. It depends on what the menu would be and if it's a tasting menu. I have decided, and this sounds like super white trash, my favorite meal is still a good buffet. Like, I understand people are like, oh, I had this really fancy meal that was this tiny dish in the middle of a big plate. Yeah. But listen, I want to be able to taste stuff. So I think my favorite meals are really fancy breakfast buffets. Like when we went on vacation, they had a really nice one at the Fairmont where you can just choose anything. And you don't have to be, you don't have to be like, well, I can't eat this all. No, you get it anyway. It's the most wasteful thing. It's the most American thing. And I love it. So breakfast buffets, number one on the big board of best meals ever for me.
Oh, man. I don't know if they have a breakfast buffet for you here. Doesn't
then
look
I'm out.
Like that. Yeah, you're probably out. I mean, it's expensive. Oh, you can select different menus here. Holy Lord. Here's one. A journey with your eyes closed. $200 per person. There you go. How about this? A journey through the Mediterranean. That's $300. Roma, my love. $185 per person. So I would be interested, but I would also be like, I need to really be into this restaurant to pay this kind of money. DC's very much a food and drink city. I mean, there's some incredible restaurants and bars here. So if you're a big foodie, this is a great place for it. And I've had some awesome meals here. But to pay $155 per person when that's the cheapest option, that's a lot. I'm thinking of the best meal I've ever had. One was in Dallas. It was at the YO Steakhouse, I believe, which everything that I touched was incredible. And then there was a restaurant here in D.C. I'm so upset called Brasserie Beck. And Brasserie Beck was amazing. And it just closed down because, without going into the weeds here, they passed, was it last year? They passed a new law here which has affected wages because they raised the minimum wage, which has had a negative effect on the restaurant and bar industry here in D.C. So a lot of places have closed or they've laid off different employees, and Brasserie Beck closed. And that was a tough one because I would go there on a regular basis, and every single time I went, it was amazing. Like one time I ordered a martini, and I asked if they had blue cheese stuffed olives, and she was like, you know what? We don't, but I know we have the ingredients, so I'm going to make sure we make them fresh for you. And so she went in the back and got this top-end blue cheese and put it in a fresh olive, a few of them, put it in my martini for me. It was amazing. So that's right up there near the top. That, and then number 2 would be the breakfast buffet at the Fairmont. Number 2.
Ooh, yeah. Breakfast buffet. See, I feel your pain because I understand the pain of having a favorite restaurant close. When Boston Market closed in Fort Myers, I felt this pain. Maybe it's not as fancy, but I love Boston Market. Like the rotisserie chickens, the great sides. So clearly my taste level is not quite to the level of foodie, which is my other thing. If you aren't a foodie, how do you really appreciate that type of food? Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's the same with wine. I am not a sommelier. So you don't need to give me a $200 bottle of wine. I will appreciate, a $25 bottle of wine from Trader Joe's. just the same because my palate is not refined enough. So clearly when I'm talking about Boston Market, maybe I'm not going to be going to dine at the super fancy new restaurant from the Pope's former chef.
And I'll tell you something else I miss. Sizzler. There's another one right there. When I really wanted to go upscale, I went with a nice steak at Sizzler. What happened to that? I'm trying to think of other restaurants. Boston Market's still around, but it's kind of hanging around. Because I like Boston Market too. But it used to be everywhere, and now, a lot of those shops have closed. You got to look for it.
Yeah, they definitely don't have one here. We used to have something called Kenny Rogers Roasters, which was like the same thing. Do you remember that? And they had the chickens and you could watch them roast. That closed down. So yeah, some of my favorite restaurants are no longer with us. R.I.P. That and Ryan's. That was a buffet place.
Ryan's Steakhouse,
that I'm batting for. I feel like COVID did a number on buffet places.
Yes.
You can probably imagine. It was not the most sanitary of places, but I still love buffets.
I mean, just regular daily life can often do a number on buffet places because you got to keep those things tip top. You know what I mean? They get messy real quick. But to each his own. All right, I'm going to New York City. You're like, take me to Fairmont right now. Boston Market. I'm going to get some of those baked beans. Chop, chop. It sounds delicious. I like some Boston Market, though. You're not wrong there. Well, the Patriots, speaking of Boston, I don't know if Boston Market actually started in Boston, but we're going to talk about the Patriots because they want a stud player, a star player on their roster. This is Patriots VP of Personnel, Elliott Wolf, and basically he was saying, look, we've got the money. They have $60 million in cap room right now. That is easily the most in the NFL. So when you think of different players out there like a Trey Hendrickson who could be traded, maybe potentially a guy like Micah Parsons, the Patriots are saying, look, long term we'd have to work things out, but right now we got the money to add a big name to our team. Who is that going to be? And Wolf also said this, we're talking to all 31 teams to do what's best for us. I think some things are often more complicated than the fans and others would make you believe, but if there's something that can help us, we're definitely open to it. So this kind of came out of nowhere. I did not realize they had so much cap space just waiting to be used. So if there's a team that might potentially trade for one of these guys that is demanding a trade or not happy with his current contract, maybe it's New England.
Yeah, I think I remember this being a story right as the offseason came around and going into the draft is had a ton of money to spend. So they should be better this year. But I think this also signifies that they have a ton of faith in their young quarterback, in Drake May. Because clearly, if they didn't have faith in him, they wouldn't say, this is our window. We have a rookie quarterback on a, rookie, or not a rookie anymore, but he's on a rookie contract is what I'm getting at.
Right.
And we've seen other teams kind of replicate this level of success when they don't have to spend a ton of money on the quarterback. It opens up so much money for other positions so you can be pretty successful if your young quarterback can take you pretty far. Same with the Commanders, because they've got Jaden Daniels on that rookie deal. So I think it shows that they have a lot of faith in Drake May. So let me ask you, Jenks. I've seen flashes from Drake May, and last year we saw little glimpses of it. I don't know if I'm ready to believe in Drake May all the way yet, though. We talk about this in the NBA where it feels like a team is still a year or two away. That's how it feels with the Patriots for me. I don't know if it's going to be this year. They could be good in the future, but I don't think I'm somebody who's going to be betting on the Patriots this year.
I can't decide. I didn't really get it with the Patriots a few weeks ago where I'm just like, why are these guys getting more money than I feel like I think they should be getting? Why are they getting more credit for a team that was just so bad last year? If you look at their win total, though, it's set at 8 and a hook. That's even money. To make the playoffs, yes, plus 150. No, it was minus 185. But I think they might be worth a sprinkle at plus money. And I mean a sprinkle. They do have a lot of holes. I think that when you talk about Drake May, you have to put into context the fact that, okay, he had ups and downs last year, but he showed some flash at the end of the season. And also, he was playing on a terrible team. That's why they had to go out and get Stephon Diggs. Give this quarterback, give a guy you want to be your franchise quarterback, at least one guy to throw to. So now you have a new head coach. You have a huge offensive weapon. You've got a guy who was a rookie last year in year 2 who continues to grow in that role. So I don't know if this is the year for the Patriots. They're not going to make some incredible run. But if you're talking about them surprising relative to expectation, I can see that because they're slowly starting to chip away at that losing mentality they had, which is crazy to say when you're talking about the history of the Patriots. I think it depends on what bet you want to make, but I do think that Drake May is eventually going to be the stud that the Patriots drafted him to be. It's just that the measuring stick last year was Jaden Daniels, and that's an impossible standard.
Yeah, it feels like it's been an impossible standard because even before Jaden Daniels, it was C.J. Stroud. So we've had this great crop of young quarterbacks, and even what we saw from Bo Nix last year, playing on a good team and being a game manager. So I think Drake May will have to do a little bit more than that. Like the Patriots roster still isn't, stacked around him. They do have some good pieces. I know people are excited about what Travion Henderson brings as a running back. And also I think a lot of people are sold on Mike Vrabel and what he brings to this team. And as somebody who is a fan of the Titans and a fan of Mike Vrabel, I will say this. I do think that Mike Vrabel is the best at getting the most of the guys on the roster. I'm not sure as far as, calling the game and some of the personnel decisions, because the problem with him is he hires all of his boys. And, sometimes
Right.
that's a good thing. We see it with Adam Sandler. It makes you a good person, but sometimes it can blind you when it comes to the guys you hire around you. So we'll see how that turns out. I don't know. The Patriots are one of those teams that I would rather wait and see. I feel like you can wait a couple games and still get a decent price on them if you really want, to put your money on them. But first game of the season, it's two teams that kind of feel that way to me. It's the Raiders and the Patriots that start the season on September 7th in New England, because a lot of people, I think, want to be sold on the Raiders as well.
Yeah, I think so as well. And they have some pieces, but ultimately playing in that division is just going to be so rough for them. It was good to see Ashton Genty run over a dude. That was fun over the weekend. I think when it comes to New England, though, you're right about Mike Vrabel, is that guys will play really hard for him, so he'll get max effort from those guys. And I think there is something to be said for knowing an organization, knowing the lay of the land, knowing the Patriot way, which is what won them all of those Super Bowls. But I think you make an interesting point, too, when you talk about hiring your boys. You see this at every level, and it's a very delicate dance, which is if you're a head coach, you want to hire. It's like in any job, really. You want to hire people that you're familiar with. You want to hire people that you know are going to do a good job. But at the same time, you don't want to be so blind that you miss looking outside of your sort of comfort bubble, if you will, and saying, I also should probably take a look at someone maybe I wouldn't normally look at, especially in coaching, right? Because the game evolves so quickly, just to make sure I have the best staff possible. And that's the reason why in the NFL we see coaches, head coaches, assistant coaches just recycled again and again and again because people just go back to what they know.
Yeah. Even though I will say Josh McDaniels as an offensive coordinator has been pretty good. As a head coach, absolutely not. But we'll see if he can regain and retain that offense back when it used to have some bigger names. But again, a lot of this will fall on the shoulders of what we see from Drake May. So I think, again, it's one of those wait and see things. Like, it's not a stock that I want to buy into just yet. And here's the other question. Do we really think the Patriots have enough spark to upend the Bills? Because the Bills are one of those teams that I feel like they're going to have a really high floor. It's very similar to the Chiefs, where as much as I like some of the other teams in the AFC West, like the Broncos, I feel like I need to give them that respect that they have earned. Like maybe the Bills aren't on the same level as the Chiefs when it comes to regular season, divisional championships. But still, I do think it's the Bills that are going to win that division. Josh Allen is just unstoppable. So I don't think the Bills are going to, succumb to the Patriots just yet.
No, I don't think so either. I was just reading about the Peter Principle. You know what the Peter Principle is? Which is what we're talking about in the NFL. It's the idea that in any hierarchy, right? Any organization, eventually people do a good job, they get promoted. They do a good job, they get promoted. And eventually they get promoted to a level where they're incompetent. And I feel like that's Josh McDaniel. You know, it's like, listen, you've done a good job. Here you go. You've done a good job. Here you go. You're a great offensive coordinator. Okay, now you're ready to be head coach. And it's like, whoop, nope. Now you're at a level where you're just not ready for this, or this isn't for you. But when it comes to Mike Vrabel's staff, so far the early returns are, all right, the Patriots look pretty good. Maybe they can surprise us this season. And certainly Drake May is going to be a big part of that last year. I remember here, which is crazy to think about now, it was Jaden Daniels, Drake May. Jaden Daniels, Drake May. Who are we going to take? People forget that. Thank God it was Jaden Daniels. Nothing against Drake May, but Jaden Daniels, definitely something special. Coming up next year on the show. Oh, man, you know I came back just in time for the weekly streaming corner. We're going to find out what everyone has been watching. That is next on the Daily Tip, and it is here on the BetMGM Networks.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. Great to have you with us on a Tuesday, the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Got the entire crew back just in time for football season. Coming up on the show, it's a Tuesday, and that means my streaming corner. We've been talking about restaurants a lot during the show, and Denton thankfully confirmed the question on everyone's mind. Was Boston Market actually created in Boston? Newton, Massachusetts? Is that correct?
Newton, Massachusetts, but times are tough. They switched up. They're now operated out of Colorado. It's where their headquarters are.
Oh.
Almost as far away as possible from Boston.
Well, that explains the rotisserie nuggets, I suppose. It's such a strange idea. Like, I like rotisserie chicken. I don't know how I feel about rotisserie nuggets. That seems odd.
Well, I think it's one of those things where it's something new to try to get people through the doors. It's very similar to what Taco Bell is doing. Have you noticed they're doing like chicken wraps? And they're trying to do like fried chicken in tacos? Where they're like, they hire all these like, I feel like celebrities that appeal to like the younger generation. Like, who's that Gabby something or another? Do you know what I'm talking about? Like,
oh man.
Then do you know what I'm talking about? She has that like really vocal fry voice. She's on the commercials. And then the guy from New Girl is on it as well. But they're trying to rebrand themselves as, hey, we're a taco place that's also a chicken place that's also a taco place. You haven't seen these commercials?
I have not. They got to stop that.
They need to stop that.
They need to stop that immediately. Don't do that. Okay. I think they're going after the snack wrap crowd because the snack wrap is back at McDonald's. And that's mega popular. I think that's what it is. So you like the snack wrap? Come on over to Taco Bell. Look what we got over here. Check out these guys, these influencers, these kids. They like their chicken from Taco Bell. Yeah, that didn't even sound right.
Okay, I think I got her name wrong. It's not Gabby Petito, because you would know that name, isn't she?
She was very much not in those.
Not with us.
She's not in those commercials.
Does anybody know who I'm talking about? Like that girl that has the vocal fry, that she's super popular on social media. She was on The Bachelor, I think, and she used to be a Broncos cheerleader.
Her name is Gabby. The girl who's on Traders too.
I have no idea.
Wow. This is not
all I got is
down.
Gabby.
Okay, so it's not Gabby Petito. I was like, okay, well, agreed. No.
Okay, Gabby Wendy. Gabby Wendy is who it is.
Gabby Wendy.
Yeah, she was on Traders.
I bet Catherine knows who she is. She was on
does.
The Bachelorette. Or The Bachelor.
Okay. Oh, yeah, she was on The Bachelorette. All right. Also on Dancing with the Stars. She's an American TV personality.
So she's like famous for being famous. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, she's not.
Yeah. Right. She didn't discover anything. She wasn't. You know what I mean? She didn't cure anything. It's like, oh, I think I saw you on TV doing a reality show. Now you're doing another reality show.
She's kind of funny on TikTok.
Is she? Okay. I'll check it out. Well, I was going to say I'll check it out. I don't know if I'll check it out.
You won't.
I probably won't. I'll probably just ask the lovely Catherine, tell me about Gabby Wendy. Give me her story. And then we'll go from there. All right, well, at least we've given Boston Market more pub than it's probably had in a couple years. I can look for a Boston Market around here. You got me hungry. Well, not really hungry for those rotisserie nuggets, but I'll try something else. Okay, so whatever you order tonight in the next week, maybe you can sit down in front of the TV and we'll tell you what you should be streaming.
What are you watching?
We enter Jenks Streaming Corner, where Jenks and Chelsea tell you what should and should not be streaming here on the Daily Tip.
What are you watching?
All right. Well, I think we're even going to check in with Dylan. Dylan is new father, so hasn't had a whole lot of time to stream something, but we're going to check in with him. He's been streaming something. Chelsea, I'm going to start with you. I haven't seen you in a week here. So have you been streaming anything that I should know about?
Well, it's nothing new, but I think I talked to you about this before I left, or you left, is that I'm now watching Downton Abbey, which has won all of these prestigious awards. It's a period piece, and I feel like it's very easy to fall into. But Jenks, have you ever stopped watching a show because it's too depressing? And I understand who I'm talking to. Like, you watch all these murder crime shows, which, in essence can be very depressing.
It's true.
But it's like on these super serious shows, like HBO does this sometimes as well, where there's two options that can happen. You're like, okay, what's the worst that could happen? And then the worst absolutely happens. It's like, did you have to do that? So behind every corner is something more depressing. And sometimes I understand this is how life was back then. Like anything that was over 100 years ago, life was just kind of grim. Like there were wars, people died of the flu. So I've had to stop it. I watched the first 2 seasons. It was very, very good. But listen, it's just putting a damper on my mood. Like I feel so depressed, like watching all these people like die in war.
Yeah.
So I think it's back to rewatching Parks and Rec for me.
I mean, I do understand that. It doesn't happen often, but every now and then, especially watching a lot of crime. One thing that is interesting is that, a lot of times they gloss over the real impact of a crime, and they'll pay service or lip service to the victims or sort of the effects of how this crime affected the people involved or people who knew the deceased, whatever it is. But it's usually kind of, we'll throw them a bone, which isn't necessarily fair. I will say when I watch something where they actually delve into the impact, and there's been a couple times where I'm like, man, like you can just kind of, at least for me, I can kind of like feel through the screen, like the impact and the devastation. And then I kind of get overwhelmed and I'll kind of turn away and I'm like, maybe I'll watch Family Guy now or something. So I totally understand that idea where you're watching, it's too much. And then you're like, I got to shift a little bit because it's just bringing me down. I can do that with news stories too. Like Catherine will be like, did you hear about this? Did you hear about this? And I'm like, honey, I cannot hear about this story any longer because it will quite literally affect my mood.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the funniest part, though, is that, when you stream stuff, they play the same commercials over and over again. So we have Downton Abbey that's in the middle of World War I. Somebody's got their leg blown off. And then it snaps real quick to, Orida, tater tots, ready when you are. And it's just such a stark contrast. You know what I'm talking about? Like when you're watching something serious and it has the most unserious commercial that just plays over and over and over again. So I've seen this damn tater tots commercial so many times. So I am not watching for that reason as well.
Hungry, missing a leg. How about some tater tots from Orida? Guys, ease into that. Of course, I've been watching true crime. Blew through Conversations with a Killer, the Son of Sam tapes. So this is obvious about David Berkowitz in New York City when he just terrorized the city in the 70s. But I think what's funny about this is that this is an interview, real prison interviews with a journalist who was allowed access rights. You sort of get into the mind of a serial killer. But two things. They have someone portraying David Berkowitz, and he doesn't have any speaking parts whatsoever. And so he's kind of this slovenly guy, and his job is just to not look great and just walk around kind of looking menacing and kind of looking dumb the whole time. And I just imagine him getting hired for this role, and I'm like, man, this guy's going to be pigeonholed in this role forever. He'll just walk around and be like, wow, huge for you. You wanted to be an actor, you're just kind of walking around acting like the Son of Sam. And also what's fascinating is that the phrase serial killer, which is very commonplace now, that really wasn't in the public vernacular. It didn't really become a phrase until late 70s, maybe early 80s. And so this entire time you're watching all the news coverage in New York City, which they have is a big part of this, which is really interesting from a journalistic perspective. And you never hear the phrase serial killer. You never hear it because it really hadn't been attached to someone who committed multiple crimes, multiple murders. So that was kind of fascinating as well. They'll show a ton of news reports. You never hear the phrase at all.
Huh. I never even thought about that. But also, I am not watching crime docuseries. All right, we got a couple minutes left. Dylan, we know you want to talk about what you're watching, so get on in here. What are you watching?
Oh, yeah. No, I'm not dying. I just can't believe I actually watched the show. I watched something I think would be of double detail. It's called Twisted Metal.
Okay.
Chelsea, you watch Brooklyn
Nine-Nine,
on Peacock, correct? Yes,
right?
it is.
Yeah, Rose is on it.
Yes, that's what I was just gonna say. Is Rosa from Brooklyn Nine-Nine is on it. Then Anthony Mackie is also in it. Samoa Joe, Denton puts in the chat. It's a action comedy, I would call it, but it's actually really good. And I think I went through a season and a half. I'm in the middle of season 2. I think they're as far as episode 7 for season 2, but it's actually a really funny show. I don't know if it's up your alley, Jenks, because it's not really crime investigate. It's more like goofy action comedy. I don't know. It's a stupid show that I like. I've enjoyed it a lot.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Here's the most important question. You went to college in Newton, correct? Yeah?
Yes.
Did you eat a lot of Boston Market back in the day? Or was it even around?
It's funny that you say that because I couldn't tell you where there's a Boston Market in Newton. I don't remember there being one. I had one in my hometown in Braintree, but not in Newton.
Tough call for Newton. Tough fall, really. You think about
they
Boston
need to
Market
remember their
then.
roots.
Yeah. What are you guys doing here? There's some little plaque somewhere in a park. Here lies the site of the first Boston Market, Newton, Mass. This is making me starving, by the way. Oh, man. I used to crush that back. My first TV job, that's what I always remember at Boston Market, because there was one, a straight shot from my apartment building. And it was, you know what? Guess what? It's a Boston Market day, just like it was yesterday and the day before. I spent a lot. Well, I didn't have a lot of money, but the little scratch that I did have, I would go down to the Boston Market. So sad to hear about its demise in Newton. It's a real bummer.
I feel like fast casual is definitely a staple if you worked in TV. Because, you wanted something nice in between shows. I don't know the timing of, your shows, but we had a 6 o'clock and 11 o'clock. So in between shows, I could go get dinner. It couldn't be a sit-down restaurant, but it could be fast casual. So we hit up Chipotle. We hit up Boston Market. We hit up, McAllister's. So I was, fancy, but not that fancy.
And you're like, hey, which one of you guys is going to open up a breakfast buffet, huh? Anyone?
Right?
Come on.
At 6 p.m.
What are we doing? What about a late breakfast? You ever heard of that? Coming up on the show, Chelsea will take over as we look at today's baseball card and ask the question, when are you too old to rock some Crocs? That is next on the Daily Tip. It is here on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM Network. It's time for the Daily Tip
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
with Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Hour 2 of the Daily Tip starts right now on the BetMGM Network. I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's Michael Jenkins. Coming up in the next hour, we'll tackle some of these topics. We'll start with the 6-ring circus that is the Browns starting quarterback options. They've named a starter. His name is Joe Flacco. And my question is this: can the Browns be decent with a veteran quarterback? And how long will it take for us to see one of the young quarterbacks on the roster start to enter the chat when it comes to the starting position? At 7:20, we go on to our daily baseball bets. At 7:40, it's back to football as we play this or that with NFL futures. We only have a few weeks before we can, officially get all of our futures bets in before the season starts. It's all coming up next here on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM. All right, Jenks. So let me ask you this. What comes to mind when I say the word Crocs? What is the person you imagine that wears Crocs? Be honest.
I don't know. I would say, I bet Denton wears Crocs. You have to wear Crocs. You have to wear. It's just a certain style. I feel like if you
style.
Well, it's part of an overall style. I'm not saying Crocs in and of themselves are a particular style, but I feel like Crocs are part of an overall vibe, an overall style that you might have depending on how you dress, is what I would say. Like, I'm not going to wear a suit and also Crocs, but I feel like if you have a certain laid back, chill vibe, you probably put on some Crocs.
No, he's probably a chill guy. Didn't Ashton Genty wear Crocs to the NFL draft? Like blinged out Crocs?
Well, there you go.
Somebody did.
Yeah, he
Ashton
wore
Genty?
diamond encrusted Crocs. You can't get those at Payless.
Whoa,
those are not available there.
Well, for me, the person who wears Crocs on average, I feel like is 8-year-old boys, maybe up to the years of 13 years old, and then people who are a little sloppy. I'm sorry, Den, but what I think of when I think of people who wear Crocs are the same people who go to Walmart and wear pajama pants out in public. They're usually smoking some type of cigarettes. So please correct me if I'm wrong, Den.
You're calling
I know
me
you have a strong
sloppy
take
when
on
you
this.
said a breakfast buffet is the best kind of meal?
That's not sloppy. It's not. Why do you need to wear Crocs? Here's the thing. What is the purpose for? You are not a nursing student.
Do I need to be a nursing student for great foot comfort?
They're so weird looking though. I don't know if it's the round, wide nature of them, but I don't get it. And I've worn them before because we had Crocs when I was on the swim team, which feels like a viable use for Crocs because you're wet, you're getting in and out of the water, and they're comfortable for the pool deck. But why not just wear tennis shoes? I don't understand. The allure of Crocs. I just don't get it.
I'm training for a half marathon. I don't want to constantly have my feet in tight tennis shoes. So after a nice run, you flip some Crocs on to just maneuver around for the rest of the day.
Okay, so do you wear them in sport mode or chill mode?
Chill mode. Yeah, I'm not running in the Crocs. Sport mode if I gotta chase my dog. I'm not trying to give anyone the wrong idea.
Well, here's the thing. This is the most popular shoe choice for children. You would be blown away by the amount of Crocs you see at the elementary school pickup. And I'm glad that you're not going there because you don't have kids and that would be creepy. But the reason I bring this up is because Crocs have now announced their partnership with the NFL. So if you want to show your fandom on your Crocs, you can do that. And the way they phrased this in some of the marketing, some of those aggregators tweeted this out, My Sports Update, Ari Merov. The last line of this made me laugh. It said the first ever NFL Crocs collection aimed at bringing a fresh design perspective to football fandom. Fresh design perspective? What are we doing? This isn't Vogue. This is for sloppy people who go to tailgates. And they probably leave their trash everywhere. So I'm sorry, Denton. Are you going to be purchasing a pair of Commander's Crocs for your collection?
I got to see the price first. This economy's pretty crazy right now. What are the prices? I did have some Redskins Crocs back in the day when they did this the first time. So I don't know why they're dancing around like this is the first time this has ever been done before. They had a whole line of these in 2006. I had them then. I'd be interested in getting them now.
That's disappointing. So if I want to judge you even harder, are you going to get these little, I don't know what they're called, figurines? Croc decorations.
I don't do the
That's
gibbets,
weird.
if that's what you're asking for. No, I don't have gibbets.
There's a name for it?
Yeah, it's what they're called. That is where the line is drawn. I will wear the Crocs. I will have them in chill mode. I have never been like, man, I need some gibbets for my Crocs.
Yeah, that's, I guess, the line that shouldn't be crossed by adults. If you're a kid, that's fine. Kids like to collect stuff. You don't need charms for your shoes. Get off of that. So, yeah, I've said my piece on Crocs. I'm not a fan. Jenks, it feels like you're towing the fence here. Are you in or out on Crocs?
I mean, well, this is one of those where I'm not out. They're just not for me. Do you know what I mean? So it's my style, I don't think is in line with what you would wear with Crocs, right? Denton has this style, his overall style is yeah, it makes sense. He has the vibe. It's yeah, Crocs work with what you normally wear. For me, if I put on Crocs, it'd be I don't know if this whole mismatch thing is working. So it's one of those things where it's not for me, but I'm not against it. It's just not necessarily my vibe. And also I wonder, am I too old? I don't know. So I've never had a pair of Crocs. I know the lovely Catherine has. I know people that have. So I don't mind Crocs. I like Crocs. It's just not necessarily my style. That's all.
What
I don't have a hard take on. I don't have a hard take on Crocs. You know what I mean? It's you gotta. I'm if you like Crocs, great. If you don't, fine. Knock yourself out. It's not something I feel very passionate about.
They don't match adult clothes, I think is my take. Because you're they don't match my vibe because you wear adult clothes. If you wear sloppy clothes, they match your vibe. Denton, what are you wearing Crocs with? A graphic t-shirt and shorts? That's what I'm thinking.
What's the hate on graphic t-shirts now?
Oh man,
you're just taking
Chelsea,
a machete to everything about my life.
It's just
right now.
not even stray. It's just straight shots.
It's clothes for teenagers. Clothes for teenagers is what I'm saying. It's fine.
Mentally, I want to be a teenager. What's wrong with that?
Okay.
I don't have Crocs on now. I got Vans on now. They go with my outfit a little bit
because you need to do some skateboarding, right?
Yeah. Skate or die, bro. I need new Crocs, honestly. Though. So if we want to, maybe we can raise money for me to get new Commander's Crocs.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
We'll start a GoFundMe.
Yeah, everybody Venmo me $1, and I'll get some new Commander's Crocs. I can maybe
so
Odyssey will let me
sloppy.
expense it.
All right, I guess we've roasted Denton enough. So let's move on. All right, so I mentioned that the Browns have named a starter, and his name is Joe Flacco. I think we all saw this coming because obviously he is the veteran presence of all 17 quarterbacks on the roster. But maybe some people got their hopes up. Over the preseason and last couple of weeks, we've seen some flashes from some of their younger quarterbacks. From Shedeur Sanders in week 1, with some absolute dimes and some great throws and coverage. And then we saw flashes from Dylan Gabriel. Even though now the story on Dylan Gabriel is, was he stirring the pot with Shedeur Sanders? Jenks, can I go back to that for a second? What
Sure.
did you make of that whole ordeal? Because now I see both sides that are, being taken as, saying, hey, you guys are blowing this out of proportion. It's the media's fault. But, did you read that quote for the first time and think it was about Shedeur? Because I did, as a casual fan and somebody who doesn't follow the Browns and somebody who doesn't follow Dylan Gabriel, because apparently he said this before. But now that I have the evidence, and apparently he has used this term before to describe the media, I guess it's nothing. And I feel like it would be really stupid to stir the pot with your own teammate. So maybe he wasn't that stupid.
this didn't strike me as all. This didn't strike me as something that I thought was offensive or I thought was directed at Shedeur. I just feel like when you're talking about Shedeur, he's such a lightning rod anyway. Like everything he does and anything that might be referencing him is just so over the top analyzed. People just lose their minds. But from a common sense perspective, like I always think, let's just break through all the nonsense, all the speculation, all the people looking for something that may or may not be there. From a common sense perspective, why in the world, if you're Dylan Gabriel, would you say something like this? And also, context matters. Has he ever had the reputation ever of taking a shot at a teammate, someone else on another team in college or in his short time in the pros? No. So he used a term, people immediately jumped on it and like, oh my God. Why would he do that? It just doesn't make any sense. It wouldn't help him. It wouldn't benefit him at all. So I was stunned to see all of the people. Well, I wasn't stunned because people are going to jump on things like this. They're going to go online. They're going to comments and, throw out all their different theories. But ultimately, I was a little taken aback that it caught fire like it did because I just didn't think there was a whole lot to it.
Yeah, I think it's definitely overblown, and anything involving Shedeur Sanders is going to get overblown. Like, that's the level we're at, is that everything's going to be taken way out of context and blown way out of proportion. And I understand we are members of the media, so I need to do better at not stirring the pot. Okay, so speaking of taking things to the extreme, I saw this quote from Ryan Clark of ESPN, and I needed to ask your opinion on it when it comes to Joe Flacco. So obviously Joe Flacco has gotten a lot of run in the NFL and he's stuck around. But this quote from Ryan Clark, he said, Joe Flacco is the greatest resurrection since Jesus. What?
I don't know about that.
Resurrection? I mean, maybe he's saying it just to have, a fire line, where he can say it with conviction because we're in the business of entertaining. We are entertainers, according to Dylan Gabriel. But the greatest resurrection since Jesus? He wasn't down for that long. It wasn't that long ago when Joe Flacco was winning Comeback Player of the Year.
You're talking about Jesus. Jesus wasn't down for that long. Give the guy some credit. But no.
It's only 3 days.
Sorry. I know what you're saying. Yes. Sorry. Continue.
Yeah, but it feels like it's not that crazy that Joe Flacco also won the starting job. Do you know what I'm saying? Is that he didn't beat out Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen for the starting job. He beat out a very mediocre roster of quarterbacks, albeit a big roster of quarterbacks. So it's honestly not surprising to me that he got the starting job, especially at the first of the season when you need a veteran to run the offense and you kind of get your legs underneath you. And especially the way that the Browns start this year, they have one of the toughest 6-game stretches to open the season of any team in the NFL. So why would you throw a rookie quarterback into that? So it makes a lot of sense to me. Maybe Ryan Clark was just trying to get the people going. But I feel like this quote, if I'm Jesus, I'm like, what are you doing, bro? I rose from the dead. The dead. Joe Flacco is not dead.
Bro, Joe Flacco has never been dead. He's not dead. I feel like at least for me, when it comes to resurrections, it's Jesus, and that's pretty much it. And that's pretty much the list. It's, so I don't know if anyone else belongs in that category. Also, Joe Flacco has had a fine career, like an exceptional career in the National Football League, right? He's a Super Bowl champion. He's a Super Bowl MVP. He was really good last year. Really faltered in the playoffs. I understand that. But I think that this is when it's the same thing with the Dylan Gabriel and Shedeur Sanders quote. And look, I think Shedeur should have gone much sooner. There's no question. But if you took away the names for a second, and you said, all right, we're going to start Joe Flacco, who is still a serviceable, average, maybe above average quarterback, maybe a little bit. And we're going to start him above a 2nd rounder and a 5th rounder. You'd say, okay, that probably makes sense. Let this guy sort of set the bar and you bring these other guys along slowly. But because it's Dylan Gabriel, because it's Shedeur Sanders, because of this competition, because of Shedeur, then it just adds this element there that I don't really think should exist. And also, I think you have to understand something, too. No matter how talented you may or may not be as a rookie, especially when you play for a terrible football team, you can ruin a guy if you throw him out there too early. It's better to bring that rookie quarterback along a little bit more slowly and let them ease into the game instead of saying, our team sucks, get out there and do what you can. That's really not good for confidence, and it's not necessarily a good way to bring a rookie quarterback into the fold in the regular season.
Well, especially when this is not the year for the Browns. Like, there is no urgency.
No,
you've got to zoom out and look at the macro perspective here because they're investing in a quarterback for the next several years, not for the first 6 games of the season. So there is no rush, in my opinion. But the Browns always do things wrong, so who knows? All right, coming up next, it's time to switch gears to baseball. Our favorite plays of the day in the major leagues. It comes up next on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
All right, we're back. It is Tuesday, August the 19th, here on the Daily Tip. In a few minutes, we'll get to our favorite baseball plays as we run down the slate and try to pick some winners. So yesterday, Jenks, there was an interesting moment worth watching in the broadcast between the Pirates and the Blue Jays. And it was a moment where they were talking about Max Scherzer, who was intently watching Paul Skeens pitch. And so on the broadcast, they said that they had interviewed Max Scherzer about Paul Skeens. Okay. And he had all these glowing things to say about him, saying, he's a guy that you don't really see anymore. He's cut from the old cloth, where he has this old school mentality where he wants to go deep in games. He is somebody who feels like he does not get rattled, especially where, he is just so young and he already has this composure to him, despite all the hype that has surrounded him. So it was cool to sit there and listen to what Max Scherzer had to say, and in a nice way, about a young pitcher, because it almost feels like a similar dynamic between, the veteran quarterbacks who have been there a long time in the NFL talking about new quarterbacks. But I feel like we don't see this very often. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like there's this weird competitiveness between quarterbacks. Maybe it's just Tom Brady and Aaron Rodgers. But I feel like Tom Brady has trouble giving praise to younger quarterbacks. Or when he does, it almost feels forced. Do you get what I'm saying? Where Max Scherzer, this was freely flowing and it felt very genuine. Maybe it's different between pitchers because there's obviously game recognizes great game, but still, I wonder why we don't see this as much when it comes to quarterbacks.
Well, I think that at least when it comes to Tom, it's that, look, I think it's pretty well established, besides being the GOAT, he probably worked harder at his craft than anyone. Even when he went to Tampa Bay, before he won a Super Bowl there, the players are like, oh, not only is he a future Hall of Famer, the greatest to ever do it, I didn't realize how hard he works, how much time he's putting in each and every day, which, that sort of elevation for the entire team motivates everyone. Everyone else is working harder, and it leads to a world championship. So I think for someone like Tom, he knows the work he's put in, and he sees other quarterbacks not putting in the same sort of work. And so his standard is so stupid high that if you don't meet that, then it naturally sort of lends itself to criticism. And I'm not saying that it's unfair, but you can still have an amazing work ethic and still not match that of Tom Brady. No one's ever going to work as hard as him or come close to that. Or if they do, they're not going to exceed it. Let me put it that way. You might work as hard as him, but you're not going to outwork him. And so when the bar is that high, anyone else that he sees that isn't doing it is automatically going to be open for criticism. But on the whole, I don't know. I think it's because quarterback is such a competitive position in the NFL, and you're the lead dog no matter where you are. You're automatically a captain no matter what. That's just the way it is. It's the most difficult position in sports. And so I think that's probably why. But specifically with Tom, it's that, why aren't you doing what I was doing? And nobody's going to do that.
Well, and even when he was back with the Patriots and he didn't want the backup quarterbacks getting any reps. I don't know if there is this mentality where he doesn't want to be replaced and he's always looking over his shoulder, even though obviously he's one of the greatest quarterback of all time. And also I can understand where there would be some bitterness to where he feels like he had to work for a lot of things, whereas some people are just supremely talented. Some people don't have to work that hard and they're first overall picks and they're just really athletic and they didn't have to do all this. And that feels unfair, but that's part of life is some people just get a better hand than you from the draw. And I'm not saying Tom Brady is mad about that because obviously he has a pretty good hand to work with. If we're talking about large scale, obviously he's talented, he's good looking, and he's the greatest quarterback of all time. And also when you talk about Aaron Rodgers in that same aspect, maybe it's two very specific personalities, but I don't know. It doesn't feel like there's the same congratulating going on. Even when Patrick Mahomes lost that game to Josh Allen, remember the pettiness? He was oh, the refs gave it to you. Or what did he say? He said something like that. Where it's
He was complaining.
doing?
He was so angry. He couldn't congratulate Josh Allen because he was so angry about a call that didn't go his way. The only thing he really said to Josh Allen was a complaint about this call, and Josh Allen's like, okay, well, good game. See you later. Which is, it's pretty rich for the Chiefs to complain about a call. But yeah, and quarterbacks are hyper competitive. I think to compete at any level, and particularly that position in the NFL, you have to be the greatest competitor that you can be, but also quarterbacks are so compared. Like, I feel like maybe that's part of it too, as we talk this through. It's that in Major League Baseball, when you think about the great pitchers, the great starting pitchers, I mean, there's a comparison. You talk about them, but you sort of talk about them in the, hey, here are the elite guys. Here are the elite guys. Mm-hmm. In football, it's like, well, who's the best? Oh, I'd rather have this guy. This guy deserves MVP. Yeah, but this guy hasn't won titles. Yeah, I know, but he doesn't have the supporting cast. And we're always pitting these guys against each other, which is not necessarily we don't do anything like that in baseball, I feel like. When it comes to starting pitchers, it's not nearly the same sort of, passion when it comes to looking at these guys.
Yeah, the discourse is not as strong. Like, it's definitely not a talking point on First Take. It's like, who's the better pitcher, Paul Skeens or prime Max Scherzer? Like, that's not what they're talking about on a daily basis. In fact, it feels like it's a stretch for them to even talk about baseball. So maybe we just don't get as many of those discussions. So speaking of, we have Max Scherzer going for the Blue Jays today against the Pirates. It's Mitch Keller who goes for the Buccos. Toronto minus 155 on the money line, total of 8 runs. We saw the Pirates punching across some runs yesterday, but it's still not a team that I trust. Mm-hmm. I feel like right now there are a few teams that I do not want to fade. The Blue Jays are one of them. The Brewers are one of them who just keep winning. And maybe there's a few others that kind of fit that bill. Like, I don't really want to fade the Phillies, which I never would because it feels like that's like my circle of trust team. But let's go back to this Blue Jays game. So, Jenks, I know that you're a fan of Max Scherzer from his days with the Nats. I know his numbers aren't quite as good as what they used to be. But do you think the Blue Jays are worth the play here at minus 155?
Yeah, I think they might be. I mean, they're clearly the better team. There's no question about that. And then ultimately, when you look at the Pirates, and Mitch Keller has been fine, right? I don't think he's at Scherzer's level, even though Max isn't at the peak of his career. But ultimately, whenever you can get a price to fade the Pirates, especially that Pirates bullpen, that is fair. I mean, how did I skip over this one? I mean, I feel like you could probably look around, and maybe if minus 155 is the best you get, I still think I think it's a very fair price on the Blue Jays, because even if it's tight early, there's no question that Toronto is going to have the advantage late. And also, Mitch Keller is too all over the place for me. Like, I know he's had some really good outings, but he also has blow-up potential as well. So, yeah, I'm with you. I would go Blue Jays on the money line here. Why not?
Yeah, and this line has actually gone down, which I don't know if that's a good thing, but you can get it at minus 142 at some spots. Oh, wow. It's minus 150 in some places. So if you are interested in the Blue Jays today, and listen, Max Scherzer's been better. Quality starts in each of his last 3, 7 innings, only 1 earned run against a very good Cubs lineup last time around. Mitch Keller, like you said, is just too volatile for me to trust. And also you have the Pirates bullpen. So I know the Pirates were better yesterday, but I would not expect that trend to continue. So I'll be on the Blue Jays today probably if I can find that minus 142. I think that is a very solid price. Even though the Blue Jays are on the road, they haven't been quite as good in this spot, but they have been good as favorites this year, 30-23 when favored on the money line. All right, next up, how about we go to the best pitching matchup of the night? Astros-Tigers, total of 7 in this one, and for good reason. Hunter Brown, who's 10-5 for the Stros, 2.45 ERA, and we're going against Tariq Skubal here, 11-3, 2.42 ERA, and the favorite to win the Cy Young. So, Jenks, great pitching matchup here. Are you interested in a total or a side?
I think you have to go with the under here, right? And that's where I would go. You've got 2 guys right there in the thick of the Cy Young race, even though the juice has reduced a little bit on Tariq Skubal, who is sitting at minus 250 on around 20-1. So those are 2 guys in the top 3, and Skubal is going to win it. But if you look at Tariq Skubal, I will say this, is that he hasn't been as dominant as we've seen, which of course is relative. But he's given up 3 runs in each of his last 3 appearances, which for him is a lot. But Hunter Brown has actually been even better. a run or less in each of his last 4. Also, Astros with a slight bullpen advantage here. I'm definitely not laying a $1.80 with the Tigers. You're paying the Tariq Skubal price, and I don't think it's worth it. I think the Astros maybe have a shot here on the money line. I like them, believe it or not, at plus 145, and maybe lean towards the under, but man, 7's so low. I think I would put a sprinkle on Houston at plus money.
I think in this one I would lean towards an under, even though 7 is really low. But over the last month, Houston's offense has not been great. In fact, their WRC is 4th worst in all of baseball, which is a far cry from like that hot streak it feels like they had right around the All-Star break. Detroit has not been slugging the way that they were to start the season as well. They're sitting in the bottom half of WRC plus in most offensive metrics. So I think that kind of trends and lends itself to an under here, even though 7 is still a very, very low number, but I would lean towards that. All right, Brewers Cubs. We have a double dip today as one of the doubleheader games from yesterday was postponed. So we have 2 options here. First game, Brewers throwing Chad Patrick, who's 3-7, which is almost impressive to do with the Brewers being so good this year, but a 3.52 ERA, so it hasn't been terrible. Going against Matt Boyd, who's 11-6, 2.46 ERA. Cubs favored in that one, minus 140. And then the later game, we get, I believe, Brandon Woodruff going for the Brewers. I think I'm interested in that game a little bit more. But my point, or the main question I want to ask is, how do you fade a team like the Brewers right now? Like yesterday, they were plus money, and they're still getting the job done. The hottest team in all of baseball. They continue to make things work. So for me, it's either Brewers or nothing, especially at plus money. Like in this first game, Milwaukee plus 115. Again, I don't love the pitching matchup, but still, I think I like the Brewers. Maybe I'll play them in the second game.
Yeah, I understand that when you have someone on the mound like Matthew Boyd, who's had a really fine season, and it's still the Cubs. Cubs are still great this season, have had a fine season, but man, Milwaukee just feels like they don't get any respect in the market. So right now we're seeing some money come in on the Brewers. In fact, right now at BetMGM, they're a slight favorite at minus 115. But I would keep looking around, because if you shop around and you can find the Brewers at even money or probably some plus money, I'm like you. Like at some point, you just have to say, look, this is a great team. Maybe they don't have the brand name of the Yankees or Dodgers or even the Cubs, but there's no question that they have the best record in baseball for a reason. They've been knocking the cover off the ball. Everything's been going right. And if you can get them at a good price, I think you take them.
Yeah, and even in that second game when Brandon Woodruff is starting, who's 4-0 with a 2.06 ERA, the Brewers are minus 115. Like barely favorites in that game. So you're getting one of the best teams in all of baseball, the team with the best run differential in all of baseball at a very good price. I understand the bullpen's going to be worn out because they've played a lot of games and they've had to use a lot of their bullpen arms over the last few days. They've had some extra inning games. They've had starters like Jacob Mizorowski who did not go deep in the game. But still, I think the Cubs are kind of facing similar issues because they also are playing this double header. So I think I'll go with the Brew Crew in the second game at minus 115. But if you want to play them in both, I would not fault you. All right, Jenks, free roll here. Is there a game that we haven't mentioned yet that you want to discuss?
I'm going to be on the under in the A's Twins game. I like this a lot. Jacob Lopez going for the Athletics, and he's been on an awesome run over his last 4 starts. Hasn't allowed a single earned run. 24 consecutive scoreless innings, and in each of his last 2 outings, he's gone at least into the 7th. So he's been awesome. None of those 4 starts have eclipsed more than 6 runs total. Then we got Joe Ryan, 2 runs or less in 6 of his last 7. That includes only 2 runs over his last 11 2/3. And thankfully, this game is in Minneapolis because we know if it's out in Sacramento, I mean, that place is a launching pad. So I don't really like playing totals when it comes to betting on games out there. But in Minneapolis, Twins are an under team, 27-31-3 to the under this season. So I'm going to play it up to 8 and a hook, and it's minus 125 to the under. So A's Twins under, I'm going to be on that one. That's going to make the card for me.
I think you could probably make a great case for the first 5 under as well. If you don't want to sweat the bullpens in this one, you can get a first 5 under 4 for minus 110. Jacob Lopez, I feel like, has won you a lot of money. Like, I know you've bet on the A's with him before, and it's honestly kind of surprising to me that the Twins are minus 160. Like, the Twins, I feel like, do not deserve to be that heavily favored.
No.
I understand Joe Ryan's a good pitcher, but the Twins, come on, man. They're not a good team. They sold their whole team, it felt like, at the trade deadline. So if you are interested in some plus money, maybe the A's would be the dog the day if you're interested in backing them. All right, coming up next, we are going back to football and getting in some of our favorite preseason futures bets as we play this or that NFL style. It's next on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM.
Sammy P from Bet Sweats here. Tuesday morning at 9:20 Eastern. There's one Chargers offensive player that I just can't wait to bet on this season.
Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Off and rolling. Let's rise and shine, people. We have football to talk about. That's right. Week 0 is upon us in college football, and NFL is right around the corner. We even had a little snippet of what felt like real NFL football last night in the preseason between the Commanders and the Bengals, where we had Joe Burrow, we had Jaden Daniels. And Jenks, in a few minutes, we'll play this or that when it comes to preseason futures in the NFL. But first, I saw this come across my timeline yesterday, and I feel like it is well-deserved. So Auburn has announced they're retiring Cam Newton's number 2 jersey at the Auburn-Georgia game on October the 11th. I feel like if you're going to get your jersey retired, like, this is the perfect candidate. Like, Shedeur Sanders, no. Cam Newton, absolutely yes. Because in 2010, Cam Newton had one of the most dominant seasons of all time by a quarterback in college football. He was a national champion. He was a Heisman Trophy winner. He was SEC Player of the Year. I believe Auburn was undefeated that year. So what a career Cam Newton had. And I feel like this is absolutely warranted. I'm honestly surprised they hadn't already done this.
Yeah, I was a little surprised myself. That's the first thing that came to my mind, which was, oh, man, this should have been done a long time ago. But yes, I am not a believer in the cheapening of retiring jerseys or paying homage to someone that doesn't necessarily deserve it, no matter who it is, because it is rarefied air when you're that type of quarterback that can take a program, which, let's be honest, Auburn is always sort of playing second fiddle to Alabama, right? So for them to rise up and for him to have that season that he had where he was just unstoppable, of course, was fantastic in the NFL. This is really well-deserved, and I'm glad he's getting his moment.
Yeah, and I think especially they were talking about this on Johnny Manziel's podcast, which I don't know if you followed that, but it's pretty good. So there was a podcast with Johnny Manziel talking with Cam Newton, and they were talking about when you are the lesser of a rival. Like, do you get what I'm saying? Like, when it's two rival teams and you're kind of looked at as the little brother, if you can make that little brother team beat up on Big Brother, you will be remembered forever by those fans because you gave them something that was so hard to attain. So Johnny Manziel did it for Texas A&M, where Texas A&M, like, I wouldn't say they like bested Texas, and I understand this is not something you love talking about, but he got Texas A&M in the conversation. And same goes with Cam Newton, where it's Alabama who's ruling the roost, but then it was Cam Newton who was literally carrying the entire team, it felt like, across the goal line to beat Alabama. So I think it even means more when you're a part of a team that's on the other end of a rivalry. And that's why those guys, I feel like, are revered so much.
Oh, absolutely, because you're finally rising up and not just taking down your arch rival, you're taking down everyone on your way to a title. And schools who are the secondary school hate admitting this, but there's no question if you said to someone, all right, which is the more accomplished football school, Michigan or Michigan State? You say, well, Michigan. Is it Alabama or Auburn? It's Alabama. Is it Texas or Texas A&M? You say Texas. And so these schools who sort of play second fiddle don't really like admitting that. A lot of times they won't admit that. But the bottom line is that is the way it works, and that's sort of the pecking order, particularly in college football. So when you have a guy like Cam who says, I'm going to go to Auburn, and then he is the one who doesn't just knock down the big dog in the state, he ends up raising a national title. There's no question that will mean even more to Auburn than it would if he played at another school. Because at other schools, then, he's just one of many. He's one in the next line of superstars that are just going to fill the gaps. At Auburn, they don't necessarily just reload like other schools. So Cam is going to be more revered in that way.
Yeah, and whatever the bag man allegedly paid him, it wasn't enough, right? Like, whatever they paid him, that's one of the best college football players in history. And, I think this when I see the punishment for, Michigan football. It's like, oh, $200,000? They would pay that for a national championship in a heartbeat. So I think this is the problem with, some of the punishments that the NCAA hands down is that, these schools would give so much more money to win a national title. And listen, I don't blame them.
Well, and also it's the SEC, so you can sit here and complain about that and say, well, they paid Cam. I'm like, yeah, welcome to the SEC. You don't think this hasn't been happening forever? So if you're criticizing Auburn, remember they paid Cam. I'm like, yeah, everyone was getting paid, or tons of big names were getting paid. That was no different than anywhere else in the conference, so that really doesn't hold water.
Yeah. All right. So let's switch gears to the NFL. I know we've dabbled in college football, but now let's play this or that with NFL futures. All right, then. What are we playing? What are, the options here when we're playing this or that?
All right, so we're going to start in the AFC. You guys have mentioned the Patriots today. They say they want a superstar. Would you rather bet the Patriots to win the AFC at 30-1 or the Steelers to win the AFC at 20-1?
The AFC? I think I would go with the Steelers here. I'm not really crazy about either of these teams. We got to pick one, right? I mean, that's a game.
Got to pick one.
Got to pick one. So I think I would go with Pittsburgh. Even though I'm not wild on the Steelers this season, at least they have a veteran quarterback in Aaron Rodgers. At least they have a stud receiver in DK Metcalf. At least they have a very good defense. At least they have a coach who continues to win. I know some Steelers fans would say, well, you need to win more. We're tired of these just slightly above 500 seasons, but ultimately the Steelers do have more pieces in place than the Patriots. So I'd go Steelers.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go Steelers as well because it feels like the lesser jump of the two. Because if the Patriots go on to win the AFC this year, that is a huge, huge jump from the team that was absolutely terrible enough to fire their head coach. So I understand Drake May has some promise, but it does feel like the window is now for the Steelers. Like Aaron Rodgers ain't getting any younger. And listen, he is still a veteran presence, and there's a lot of good pieces around him, when you talk about the Steelers. And I do think Mike Tomlin is such a good coach that he can at least get them there. Like the problem for the Steelers has always been, okay, they're a first-round exit, and they're always playing the Chiefs at Arrowhead Stadium in the first round. I feel like if we're talking about the Steelers, they can at least get there. Like, I think that their floor is higher than what we see for the Patriots. So maybe they need some things to break in their direction. Like I was talking about this with Chris Mack yesterday, where I think the Steelers could contend if, say, it's like a low-scoring slogfest and it's like rain is pouring down or like snow. I feel like the Steelers are one of those teams that could win in one of those type of games. Maybe it's against the Ravens, too. Because I've said this before, that if it's against the Ravens, the Steelers have shown that they play the teams in the division usually pretty closely. I don't have my money on the Steelers if they're playing the Chiefs again, but maybe if it's the Ravens, they at least have a puncher's chance. So I'll go the Steelers at 20-1.
All right, let's have that same conversation, only this time in the NFC. Would you rather have the Buccaneers at 17-1 to win the NFC or the Bears at 18-1?
Ooh. I think I'm going to go Bucks here. Like, I have said that the Bucks are my hear me out team. Like, you talk about people like, hear me out. I don't even think it's that hard of a case to make for the Tampa Bay Bucks, who are in the discussion, it feels like every single year for the last few years, in the NFC because of what Baker Mayfield has done for this offense with some great receiving options. Mike Evans, Hall of Famer, Chris Godwin, really good as well. And now they have Emeka Egbuka, who has shown flashes in the preseason of what we all saw in college football. That receiving core is going to be an absolute problem. And Todd Bowles, a defensive-minded head coach, brings some tough looks to opposing quarterbacks as well. So I'm going to go the Bucks here.
Yeah, I'm going the Bucks as well. I mean, you're talking about a team that has won the division for 3 straight years, and also this is not a difficult division. You know what I mean? Maybe the Falcons make a push this year and they can finally go over the top with Michael Penix Jr., but I don't think I see it quite yet. And also Baker Mayfield. This guy has been fantastic. Arguably a top 10 quarterback now in the NFL after being left for dead. And when you look at the Bears, I mean, I feel like the Bears have sort of been the it team now for a couple of years, but I feel like we're going to see a reset from Caleb Williams. And he looked good in the preseason the other night, right? He's showing improvement, but he's still learning a new offense. And we've heard reports from Bears training camp that they're still trying to sort of find themselves as far as, being successful on the offensive side of the football, because once again, they're learning an entire new system. So I need to see a lot more from the Bears before I'm putting money on them, whereas we sort of have exactly what we need with the Buccaneers, right? They continue to win year in and year out when it comes to that division. Let's go Tampa Bay.
All right, how about a divisional this or that for you? Would you rather have the Chargers to win the AFC West at plus 310, or the Jacksonville Jaguars to win the AFC South at the same price, plus 310?
Can we say neither? Because I don't really like either of these bets. But for the Chargers, I think it's especially tough because, number one, they play in a really tough division where I don't even think they're going to finish second. I honestly think the Broncos are going to be the second-place team in that division. And here's the other thing. What really stinks for the Chargers this year is they don't get a home game against the Chiefs. Their quote-unquote home game against the Chiefs is the first week of the season in Brazil. So that feels very unfair that the Chiefs have, their 2 division games against the Chargers, and the only one that's in the States is going to be at Arrowhead. So that feels unfair. I'll go the Jags here just because it feels like the division is winnable. I think the Texans win, but if we're choosing this or that, I'm going to go with the Jags.
Yeah, I'm definitely going the Jags here. I'm not necessarily a huge believer in the Jags, but ultimately when you look at that division and it's the Texans, it's the Colts, it's the Titans, that's a winnable division. And right now, the second favorite at plus 310. Texans are minus 105. But the AFC West, I think at some point could be winnable for the Chargers, maybe the Broncos, but the Chiefs are still the Chiefs until proven otherwise. So let's go Jacksonville.
I wonder what happened to that Chargers fan lady. Do you remember that lady that was on, Monday Night Football?
Oh, yeah.
That had the glasses, and she was super into it. What's she up to these days? Did we decide if she was like an industry plant or if she was a real
cheering
fan?
For the Rams, maybe the Vikings, maybe the Chiefs. Who knows?
We're going to see in the fall. Oh, there she is, the number one Saints fan. You're like, oh.
If I'm the Chargers, I'm going to send her to Brazil. Say, look, she made it all the way to Brazil. She is a true fan, our one true fan. All right, coming up next, it's hour 3 of the show. We'll relive some of the biggest moments from last night's preseason game and all the NFL headlines you need to know next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Now, from the BetMGM Network, it's time for The Daily Tip.
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
With Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Here we go. It is hour 3 of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Good to have the whole crew back in the house and ready to go just in time for football season. Coming up in the final hour, we will tell you what we saw last night at Northwest Stadium in Landover. Joe Burrow and the Bengals meeting Jaden Daniels and the Commanders. In 20 minutes, time to talk some college football as well as we bring in Adam Rittenberg, the senior college football writer for ESPN. And you know what's coming your way in 40 minutes. Our best bets, and maybe the Donkster, who has been on vacation as well. Also, hello to our audience on Stadium as we stream during our final hour, as we always do. You can check us out on BallySportsLive.com, the Bally Sports Live app, or YouTube TV, DirecTV, and Amazon Prime. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. And Chelsea, we've been saying football is back, but football really is back. We had a little taste last night. Joe Burrow, Jaden Daniels, at least for a couple series. Bengals beat the Commanders 31-17. Bengals laying 3.5. Bengals minus 190. Total set at 43.5. Before I go into this game and we talk about it, have you bet any preseason football? Did you bet on this game at all? Because I've been on vacation. I've been out of the mix.
I definitely thought long and hard about betting on the over last night. Because it just made, like, too much sense.
Yeah.
But then I stood there and I was like, okay, Chelsea, do you really want to be sweating, like, one final touchdown in the fourth quarter of a preseason game? And I said to myself, no. So I didn't bet it. But overs have been high, and this one made a ton of sense because we did see the starters on the field for at least a couple drives, and they were productive, as we expected. The Bengals defense obviously still has some work to do as well. So this game went to the over pretty easily. 31-17, I believe the total in this one was 43. So a nice hit on the squares that would have cashed on the over last night.
Yeah, Joe Burrow, 9 of 14, 62 yards, while also directing a couple of touchdown drives.
Something left in the tank at 36 years old. Burrow, end zone, somehow to Jones for the touchdown.
That's Joe Buck on ESPN. Washington, very competitive as well with JD5 in the lineup. They get a 14-yard rushing touchdown from their starting QB, and then immediately Dan Quinn was like, all right, I've seen enough, because as soon as Jaden cut up the middle, you thought, oh, God, please don't get hit. Got hit right before the goal line, spun in for the touchdown, and Bill makes an appearance as well. Bill Krosky-Merritt. 11 carries, 46 yards. Brian Robinson Jr. sitting out for the Commanders. It looks like he might be dealt. Also, a huge game for former Commander Mitchell Tinsley. 5 catches, 73 yards, and 2 scores. So the Bengals get the run that they want because, look, it's been a big part of the preseason, right? We're going to start our guys. We're going to give our guys experience. We're going to make sure they get in there. They're ready to go as we get into the regular season so we don't have a slow start. But there were a couple series there where Joe Burrow was running for his life and being treated like a rag doll. I think a lot of fans were like, dude, get him out of there before he gets hurt.
Right, and some of it was on Joe Burrow as well because he was scrambling like he was in the Super Bowl. It's like, Joe, just go down. Like, you don't need to keep running backwards. You are not going to make something out of this play by scrambling around for 13 seconds. So I think that was the other aspect is that I know it's a preseason game, and I'm sure each coach said to their quarterback, listen, this is a preseason game. Please do not risk it all on the goal line. But it felt like one of those things where when you're under the lights and you're in the action, like it felt like they couldn't turn it off. So even though it was a preseason game, like even Jaden Daniels did this when he scrambled for a touchdown. I know he's probably not supposed to be running around out there, but still, it's hard to turn off that adrenaline once it gets going. So it did feel very much like a little taste of normal regular season football, which felt amazing on a Monday night.
Yeah, it certainly did. Also, I mentioned Bill Krosky-Merritt getting into the end zone. And for those people who don't follow the Commanders super closely and you're wondering, wait, I've never heard of this guy. Well, it's Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, but he wants to be called Bill because of Lil Bill, the old cartoon back in the day. And when he didn't have hair and he was growing up and he was a kid, everybody called him Bill because he looked like Lil Bill the cartoon. So he likes going by Bill instead of Ja'Cory. And Troy Aikman and Joe Buck were talking through that last night on the air, which was funny because it's really not a well-known story outside of D.C. But I mentioned him because, A, he looked really good, even in limited action, 11 carries, 46 yards. Also a touchdown run, which is really impressive early. But more than that, Brian Robinson Jr. sat out for the Commanders last night, and we've kind of gone from 0 to 60 as far as what his future is with the team. You start camp here in Washington, and it's, all right, B-Rob's going to be your starting running back. And then we get whispers last week. The rumors are, you know what? Bill Krosky-Merritt looks really good. Maybe he's going to be the guy because he has that speed that B-Rob doesn't have. Maybe the Commanders will think about dealing Brian Robinson Jr. And then the decision was made a couple days ago. We're not going to play him. So he was not in attendance. Terry McLaurin was not in attendance. So you've seen a guy in B-Rob who he may not be on the burgundy and gold here within a week or so. Whatever the situation is, it doesn't look good.
Yeah. So how much should we be overreacting to Bill here? Do you think he's going to be a big part of the offense? Yeah. Should we be hammering away on Rookie of the Year bets? Should we be adding him to fantasy rosters? Because here's the thing. When you have a running quarterback, I feel like it makes the running back position so much more effective. But they still do have Austin Eckler, right? So how big of a part is Bill going to be in this offense?
I think he's going to be a big part of it, honestly. I will also say this. The reason why I think you have to be careful on maybe a Rookie of the Year bet is that in a Cliff Kingsbury offense, when you have a Jaden Daniels, when you have an Austin Eckler, when you have a Deebo Samuel, when you have a guy like Terry McLaurin, who at some point I think returns to the team, that's a lot of footballs to go around, right? So I don't think they're going to treat Bill Krosky-Merritt as some sort of bell cow. But I will say, if you're talking about schematically, because he has that home run speed where he can take it to the house, Brian Robinson Jr. has never really been that guy. He's a guy on a 3rd and 1, a 3rd and 2, you give him the rock and you let him go right up the middle and he'll get you those yards. Very tough runner, very physical runner, but he doesn't have that breakaway speed. He doesn't have that threat to take it to the house that the Commanders really want. So as far as your fantasy teams go, I think a late round look at Bill Krosky-Merritt is worth it. But this isn't me, I can assure you, speaking as a Commanders fan. I'm telling you, if you talk to anyone who has covered the team. Let me ask Denton here. Denton knows as well as I do. What do you think? Am I overreacting here? I'm not saying this guy's going to get 20 carries a game, but I do think he's going to be a big or more significant part of the offense by midseason.
He definitely will be a significant part of the offense. It feels like they're going to go running back by committee with Brian Robinson, not staying around because he's either going to be dealt or cut. One of the two things. He's not going to be on the roster. But, look, man, if you really think Jaden Daniels is really good, I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility to think that the primary running back can go for 1,200 yards.
Yeah.
And, how often do we see rookie running backs go for 1,200, 1,300 yards? I think if he gets up to that number, there might be some serious juice surrounding him.
I will also say, too, remember, he was drafted late in the 7th round, not because of a lack of talent. It's because of academic reasons or transfer reasons, whatever they were. He only played a game at Arizona last year. So you just didn't have a big sample size as far as what he did as a Wildcat. But in totality, if you look at his talent, I mean, he has speed, he's super violent, cuts on a dime. So that makes a really good point, which is, look, when you have an offense that can spread around the football, maybe he doesn't necessarily get the touches, but he could go for a lot of yards, especially because you know how it is when you're young in the NFL. This is your time to be a running back.
Yeah, absolutely. But also this is relative to what the other rookies do. So he can have a great season, but number one, if a quarterback has a great season, it feels like it just goes to the quarterback. So some of this is, how high are you on Cam Ward? Right now, he is the second favorite behind Ashton Genty, another running back, who is plus 275. Cam Ward is plus 350. We've got Omarion Hampton, Travis Hunter, Tet McMillan for the Panthers, Travion Henderson, who has been impressing at camp for the Patriots, Tyler Shuck, no thank you, please. And then you have Bill Krosky Merritt at 30-1. So based on that price, like, that's a pretty long shot odds. And I will say this, Emeka Egbuka at plus 25-1 as well. That one looks kind of tempting to me. Matthew Golden, former Longhorn Jenks, in the mix as well. So I think that we're going to have a lot of rookies to watch this year, which makes that race even harder to predict. But a lot of it is price dependent. Like, would you rather take somebody like Ashton Genty at plus 260 or, Bill Krosky Merritt at 30-1?
No, I want the 30-1 odds, even though I think Genty is going to be an absolute beast. There's no question. But at 30-1 for a guy that, honestly, nobody's talking about him. I mean, that's the thing. We're talking about him right now, but also, we cover the Commanders. Denton's out there. I'm out there. We talk about this team a lot. You're certainly very familiar with the team. So from a national perspective, you're not going to turn on ESPN this morning. You're going to be talking about Bill Krosky Merritt. I mean, even last night, Joe Buck and Troy Aikman were like, no, what's his name again? Ja'Cory Bill? What do we do here? So the national media, even national football fans, aren't really familiar with his game, but I think they will be shortly enough. So if you do like him, if you are familiar with what he is doing, and the fact that Brian Robinson Jr. is not going to be a part of this team, at 30-1, sure, those are great odds for a guy that will be a big part of the offense at some point this season, if not early.
Well, and especially because narrative and eyeballs matter. Like, I think last night was a great jumping off point because how many people were probably watching that game? I think a lot of people are in the same boat as me, is that we are so starved for football that when we saw Monday Night Football, even though it's preseason, we got Joe Burrow, we got Jaden Daniels. I think a lot of people were watching that game. Plus, the intrigue with the name is kind of cool. And plus, the Commanders, correct me if I'm wrong, I feel like they have more primetime or like big billing games this year to where people are going to be watching the Commanders as opposed to Ashton Genty, who plays for the Raiders. They're not going to get those type of games. So I think, the stage is set where people are going to see him.
Oh, yes. I mean, Den just put this in the chat. 8 games on primetime or standalone. Like, when I saw the schedule come out, I'm like, well, you're going to be tired a lot because you know me. I go to bed early. That game started at 8 o'clock last night, and we had a 3-hour pregame show leading up to the game, and then I got to get home at some point, and then I'm watching the game, and I'm like, you are going to be exhausted tomorrow. But then again, that's football season, but that's a good problem to have, right? Your team goes from an afterthought to, we have to showcase this team in prime time because they look like one of the premier teams, and they have a superstar quarterback. I also thought it was interesting that Trey Hendrickson was in attendance for the Bengals, but did not play. And then there was also a story that came out that said he is absolutely still planning on sitting out the regular season. Apparently, the sides have come closer when it comes to terms, but when it comes to guaranteed money, they're still far apart, and there's no budging on either side. And so it's strange to me that a guy like Trey Hendrickson, who is getting paid millions and millions of dollars this year, or should if he plays, is still planning to ride this out into the regular season out of principle. So, you know what? We'd always assume that these holdouts, eventually they get worked out. But I feel like this is one that has been going on for a long time. It feels pretty acrimonious. And I feel like of all the holdouts right now, if there is one that is going to last a while, I think it's the Trey Hendrickson holdout.
Yeah, based on the Bengals ownership, because I will say Micah Parsons that situation doesn't look great either, right. Just based on the emotions. But the Bengals ownership has just been, dragging their feet here, where for a while there was no talk at all. But I do think in the case of looking at the defense without Trey Hendrickson, did you see the Bengals defense last night? It was not good. Like, the fact that the Commanders did not have to throw a single pass on that first drive, and yet they still marched down the field and just ran the ball straight down in the middle, it felt like, every drive against the Bengals defense. You know, Trey Henderson's probably sitting there saying, see, look how bad your defense is. But one could also look at the defense last year and be like, hey, dude, you put up these great numbers, led the league in sacks, and the defense still wasn't good. So,
you know, Trey Henderson,
really bad.
He's trying to be, a good teammate. Let's go, guys. Let's go. It's going to stop here. And he's like, good. Keep running it. Keep running it.
Right?
Run all over those guys. They need me. It's like a weird position to be in. Like, you want your team to win, but also you want to show everyone, look, you could really use me. And you're right. The Bengals could have definitely used him last night at Northwest Stadium. Coming up next year on the show, the Buckeyes make their choice at quarterback. We're going to chat with Adam Rittenberg, the senior college football writer for ESPN. That is next on the Daily Tip, and it is on the BetMGM Network. Coming back.
Sammy P from BetSweats here. Tuesday morning at 9:20 Eastern. There's one Chargers offensive player that I just can't wait to bet on this season.
Welcome back. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Thrilled to have you along with us on a Tuesday. Everyone's back just in time for football season. Ditton in studio. Dylan, Double D, doing their thing. Chelsea here as well. And, of course, we're going to talk with Adam Rittenberg, the senior college football writer for ESPN, in just moments as Ohio State makes its decision at quarterback. So I have a quandary when it comes to this Texas-Ohio State game because, obviously, I'm a Longhorn, one of my close friends. He is a Buckeye. And, man, he wants to watch this game. I think I said this to you. Like, he wants to watch this game together. And I want to watch it with the Texas X's, Chelsea, right here in D.C. He wants to watch it at a neutral bar where there's maybe fans of just the game. How do I do this? Because he's a close friend of mine, but also, have you done this before where you're watching a game with an opposing fan, especially an intense game? And I'm not some sort of hardcore fan that, like, loses my mind and talks a lot of smack, but I feel like at times it can get weird. Am I overreacting here?
No, but I just think you tell them, hey, I want to watch it with a bunch of Texas fans. Like, I want to talk about the season. It's my first chance to talk with everybody who loves Texas football and be like, hey, listen, if you want to come to this Texas X's watch party, you are more than welcome. Just know you will be in the minority. So yes. I think there will be other opportunities for you guys to watch football together. Because think about it. I would say, hey, maybe we can't watch this game together, but what about another big Ohio State game?
Sure.
Because, like, you are a fan of college football, so I'm sure there are other games where they're not going head-to-head with Texas where you can say, hey, I'll watch this game with you, and I'll root for your Buckeyes against Michigan or whoever, just not against my, Longhorns.
Yeah, I just don't want to do that. Plus, I want the excitement of having, that Texas energy. Because, I was supposed to go to Columbus, as we know, and then that kind of fell through. So I need something to sort of compensate for that. So that's probably what I'm going to do. Well, let's keep talking about that as we bring in Adam Rittenberg. He is the senior college football writer for ESPN. Adam, let's start right there. Ohio State going with Julian Sayin as a team starting quarterback, and I think that was expected. But because it took so long for Ryan Day to name a QB, is that a concern for Ohio State, or was this just sort of keeping in with the competitive spirit of making sure everyone competes for the starting job?
Yeah, good to be with you guys. I think that Sayin was certainly the favorite. I think you could probably be a bit concerned that this wasn't named after the spring, but he's a young quarterback who hasn't played a lot. I mean, 5 of 12 last year passing, just a handful of opportunities. Now he's competing against a guy in Lincoln Keenholz that I had heard really good things about all offseason. His athleticism, his mental approach, just the way he connected with the other players. So I think Keenholz really made this a competition. But I think until we see Sayin out there, this will be a really good defense right off the bat, but certainly a decent sample size of opponents. I think it's fair to have at least some level of concern. This is the least experienced quarterback group that Ryan Day has had as an assistant or as a head coach at Ohio State since he got there. So it's going to be a process with probably not a linear development. It's going to be a little up and down for Julian Sayin, but he's got all the ability. His release, his arm talent. I mean, there was a reason he was a 5-star recruit coming out of high school in California. So I think Ohio State fans, they aren't the most patient bunch, but they're going to have to be, I think, with this quarterback as he rounds into form.
Yeah, so what can we take away from watching the Ohio State and Texas game? It feels like a huge game. It feels like there's questions on both sides of the ball for both teams. Maybe not on the defensive side for Texas. Defense is pretty good. But Arch Manning, it feels like we've already given him the Heisman, even though he has a pretty limited sample size as well. Just how big is this first game of the season for Texas and Ohio State?
Well, it's really significant for Texas because, they lost to Ohio State last year in the semifinal. They have the more complete defense, as you mentioned. They have a quarterback in Arch Manning who's been in the program. This is his third year, even though he hasn't played a ton, and you mentioned the expectations. So, to me, it's a more significant game for Texas than Ohio State because of all the questions the Buckeyes have after losing 14 NFL draft picks and other players from that championship team. Because, again, I would caution anyone who loses this game from freaking out because it's the first game with a lot of new players on either side. But I would be a bit concerned on the Texas side if they don't go out and look like a team that can compete for the national championship, because that's absolutely what they should be this year, having reached the playoff each of the last 2 years, having a quarterback like Manning, having defensive players like Anthony Hill Jr. and Colin Simmons. That's really a loaded group. So, it's a little more important for Texas. But, again, I would just caution against, super overreactions coming out of this game, because you're looking at two teams that supplied a large percentage of the players who were drafted in the NFL back in April.
We're talking with Adam Rittenberg. He is the senior college football writer for ESPN. So, Adam, I'm trying not to reveal my personal feelings here, but how many teams potentially are enough for the college football playoff?
I think it's fine at 12. The thing that's so amazing about this conversation, guys, is it's very hard historically for college sports to make any changes, to increase their playoff size, to decide on anything. And they go from 4 to, well, it's hard to get to 4, as you guys know, and then they go from 4 to 12, 3 times the amount. I'm not great at math, but I think it's 3 times the amount. And I think there were a lot of really good things about last year's playoff. They figured out the seeding, and that's going to be improved going forward. The idea that you go to 12 and you're already talking about 16, and then obviously there's some preliminary talks about 24, 28. It's so unlike college sports to be already in these discussions. We got to get bigger. We're not valued enough. 8-4 is a good record. I mean, this is just insane when you think about how difficult it's been for college football in particular to get to a playoff to begin with, and then to expand the playoff. I think 12 should be able to breathe for a little while, especially with the straight seeding before we go bigger. But again, you guys know it. Every playoff system in this country and every sport gets bigger and bigger, and more than likely college football's playoff will get bigger than 12. It's just a matter of how big.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you who your dark horse team is. Maybe a fringy team from a big conference that gets hot, that kind of has an easy schedule. I know some people like Oklahoma this year. Some people are sold on maybe like Nebraska having a good season this year. What's that team for you?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I've been as down on Nebraska as anyone since they joined the Big Ten, and rightfully so, but their schedule does set up pretty well for them to have a really nice record. Now, will that result in a playoff appearance? I'm still a little bit skeptical. You look at the SEC, and no one's really talking about Tennessee, a team that made the playoff last year. Obviously, with Nico Iamaleava leaving, there's questions about what they're going to be on the offensive side. Texas A&M is another one of those dangerous teams where they are often projected a lot higher than they end up finishing. But there's some things I really like about their team. Offensive line-wise, one of the better O-lines in the country. They have multiple options at running back. Talking with Mike Elko, their head coach, a couple of weeks ago, he's really bullish on Marcel Reed, their returning starter at quarterback. So, A&M is interesting to me. And then, in the Big Ten, there's a lot of justified hype around Illinois. Coming off of a 10-win season, beating South Carolina in a bowl game. They return a lot of those key players from that team, including quarterback Luke Altmaier, Gabe Jacobs, one of the best defensive players in the country. But Illinois has never had back-to-back 10-win seasons. So there's sort of a pro and a con for all of these, dark horse contenders. It's why I might look to another league like the ACC, perhaps the Big 12. I know the Big 12 really wants to have multiple playoff entrants this year, but, a lot of those teams look very similar talent-wise on paper entering the season.
Adam, I know you talked about Texas's game against Ohio State being huge for the Longhorns. I think that's absolutely right. But is there more pressure on anyone than James Franklin and Penn State? Because all we hear across the country is this is the year. This is finally the year for the Nittany Lions.
No doubt. And I think it's as simple as you can look at it from hey, they lost a lot of big games under James Franklin. It's not a new story. But then you look at last year, the semifinal group, and Texas loses a lot to the NFL. Ohio State loses 14 to the NFL, tying a record. Notre Dame loses their quarterback, Riley Leonard, and some really good defensive players. Penn State, they lost Abdul Carter, but they bring back most of the key guys from that team, which I thought was better than Notre Dame, and credit to Notre Dame for finding a way to win and go to the national championship. So it's all set up for Penn State. Very easy opening. They get Oregon at home at night. It's not a schedule that's loaded with difficult opponents. So if not now, when is it going to happen for them with a senior quarterback and Drew Aller, excellent running back group, defensive stars that are still there, guys like Denai Dennis Sutton, who I'm really excited about, Zakee Wheatley in the back end, and then an offensive line that has steadily improved the last few years under James Franklin. So it really feels set up that anything less than a championship, whether it's Big Ten or national, there's going to be some level of disappointment, obviously barring injuries and such. But this is a huge, huge year for Penn State because it's all lined up for them to have that breakthrough next step.
Yeah, all right, a couple minutes left here. Okay, so we have another big game to start the season. LSU, Clemson. Do either of those teams make the playoff, in your opinion?
Well, yeah, I think certainly both have significant pressure to me. Clemson made it last year, somewhat surprisingly, even without a dominant team in the ACC. And they won that conference. They're absolutely the favorite to win it again with a lot coming back. Cade Klubnik at quarterback. They have two of the best defensive linemen in the country, in T.J. Parker and Peter Woods. Wide receiver is once again a strength. And you look at Clemson historically, quarterback, defensive line, wide receiver, when those positions are elite, they're either winning or competing for national championships. And on the other side, LSU, they've got a quarterback who's proven in Garrett Nussmeier. They made a major push in the transfer portal. We rated them as the number one overall offseason at ESPN. And Brian Kelly has tremendous pressure because the previous three coaches have won a national championship by the end of year 4 at LSU, and he hasn't even made the playoffs. So both are absolutely playoff contenders. Both will be and should be disappointed if they don't make the playoff this year.
Make sure you check him out as the senior college football writer for ESPN. And on X at ESPN Rittenberg, it is Adam Rittenberg. Adam, always great talking with you, and thanks for the time.
You bet. Thanks for having me, guys.
You bet. You know how I know it's college football season? Because this is how, we're talking to Adam, who's great, and also every single practice report I read when it comes to Texas, it's just like catastrophizing. Like, we've already lost one starting offensive lineman. Another guy hurt his wrist yesterday. I mean, is it serious? Did he just bend it a little bit? Can we tape it up? Is it a broken wrist? I mean, do we have enough depth now? We have to move a guy over, swing him over from the other side? It's been on my mind for the last 12 hours. I'm like, oh, my God, I'm worried about backups on the offensive line going into Columbus, and that's how I know. I had a summer where I was like, Arch Manning, and now I'm worried about wrist injuries on the offensive line. So that's how I know college football is really here.
Yeah, champagne problems, Jenks. Nobody cares about the backup offensive lineman at NC State. And it feels even worse when, you have good players from last year's team and we can't keep them. Like Concepcion.
Oh, Chelsea, you froze.
Go to a big school now. So I can't say that I'm looking at the message boards for NC State football. But let's go back to this LSU and Clemson game. Like, how big is the blow up if Brian Kelly loses another season opener? Because I feel like he has been teetering on the brink of like breaking a table. Like, it feels like his anger problem is going to be a real issue. Lose this issue. It's a long record, I believe, where he has not been great at the start of the year.
No, that's true. I think the problem here is that ultimately Clemson is a better team. We were talking about two Heisman Trophy quarterbacks. There's no question about that. But Clemson is the better team. They're favored in this game. So
and it's at Clemson.
Yeah. So this is going to be, for any team to go into Death Valley and beat this Clemson club, which is going to be super stout. And Klubnik, I think, is definitely, you can make an argument for him as the Heisman Trophy winner. I think even more of a strong argument for Klubnik than you can for Arch Manning. So to go into that situation with the pressure on that Brian Kelly is going to feel, I mean, it's a long season. I think ultimately, how he finishes will clearly be more important, but there's no doubt that these opening season losses are something that he's going to have to get past. Not handing him an L, but frankly, I would be shocked if LSU got the win against Clemson. Coming up next here on the show, everyone's back, and hopefully that means more winners. Best bets and the Donkster are coming up next. This is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show on a Tuesday. It is the Daily Tip. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on the show, we got our best bets. Donkster is back, ready to go. So we have an update provided by one of our fantastic listeners. I got to make sure I get his last name right. Jake's going to kill me here. Jake Siebert. I think that's right. Jake is in Arizona. So I talk to Jake from time to time, listens to the show on a regular basis, and he let us know that the Chargers fan, you know, that crazy woman, I don't say crazy, but it's this crazy shot of her just being like really into the game. This crazy woman been sent to the loony bin a few times. That's the rumor. But, you know, the camera was on her and people thought it was some sort of like act. Like she has to be a plant. She can't be this excited. But it turns out she really does love her Chargers, and she has not left her Chargers fandom. She is still very much a Chargers fan, still going to all the games and cheering on her LA Chargers and Jim Harbaugh, so she's not left. So that's good to know. She's right where she's always been, cheering out in LA. Thank you, Jake, for that.
It's good to know the one Chargers fan still exists. I don't know that many Chargers fans. I will say, of the uniform combos, the Chargers are one of my favorites. Like the powder blues.
Oh, yeah.
Like if there was ever like a color scheme that I would want to rock as a fan, like that's an easy sell. Like if you're in LA and you want like a fashionable like color scheme to root for, like the powder blue, it's so easy to wear. Like those colors are amazing.
Oh, I agree. Their uniform combos are unreal. Even when they go to the navy blue, it's kind of a nice look. But the powder blue, and I even like the old school when they had the numbers on the helmets because I'm old. But they go to the powder blue, and it's like chef's kiss. And you know me, I'm a huge uniform guy. So whenever I see that, I'm like, man, those Chargers, they figured that out. And they got their number one fan in the stands. They got Jim Harbaugh now because he's definitely not going back to college forever. So things are trending the right way, I feel like, for LA.
Well, especially now. I don't know if you've seen the hot picture that everybody was talking about yesterday, Justin Herbert and Madison Beer. So let me start by asking this. Jenks, do you know who Madison Beer is?
I know the name. I'm looking. I know that name. Here we go. Let's see. Ah, yes. I see her right now. She is not unattractive.
Yes. So apparently there is a picture of her with Justin Herbert, and I don't know if they're shooting like a music video together because she does music. But a lot of people are assuming that that's going to be like the new it couple, because in the NFL we have Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce, we have Haley Steinfeld and Josh Allen. So some are surmising that, you know, now that Justin Herbert is joining the mix with star girlfriends, I don't know if she's a superstar though. Like she is a rung below Haley Steinfeld, I think. Because I had heard of Haley Steinfeld. I don't think that she's a superstar. Like definitely not in the same stratosphere as Taylor Swift, but still, she's been hot lately. She was in Sinners. But yeah, Madison Beer, I definitely had to Google. Like I had heard of the name. I knew what she looked like, but I didn't know what she was famous for.
Also, me neither. And I was just so crushed to see you guys talking about your favorite Taylor Swift songs last week while I wasn't here. I mean, it was tough for me. I was by the pool, had a drink in my hand, and I thought, of all the segments to miss, I can't believe I'm missing that one. So, you know, maybe another time. Maybe another time for this guy.
Wait. Did Catherine make you watch the New Heights podcast?
Oh, man. Well, no, we did not watch the podcast, but I definitely heard all about, what's this called, Life of a Showgirl. And then yesterday, there was a big announcement at 2 p.m. I heard about this. Big announcement. I was like, I bet this is not a big announcement. And the announcement was the album will come in different colors. You can choose a different colored vinyl if you so choose, just like her previous albums, I believe. So we're all Taylor all the time. Good to be back. Good to be back just in time for football season.
I listened to the New Heights podcast. I thought it was pretty good. Like, it was interesting to hear their relationship, like, live. Because I think that's why a lot of people tuned in, because you can tell a lot by a couple by how they interact with each other. And it was really cute. Like, I feel now that Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce are definitely getting married. Like, they were very cute and complimentary. Like, I think somebody commented that, like, you're never too much for the right person. And it felt like that because Taylor Swift in this interview was, I don't want to say she was a lot because, like, she was the guest. So they had her on to talk, but she definitely talked a lot more than Travis Kelce, which is, I think, what a lot of us expected.
Yeah, that sounds about right. And also, our pod that we do, me and Smoot, we're up for this podcast award, and they're in the same category. And they brought on Taylor Swift. Like, we already had, like, 0.5% chance of winning. And now we got to go up against a pod where they had Taylor Swift on it. Like, I mean, all right. You know.
I mean, there's your resume. Nominated against a podcast that featured Taylor Swift. There you go.
Yeah,
that's an accomplishment.
Like, well, taking an L this year. No question about that. I was like, that's a good run for us for a while, but no, that's not going to happen. Come on, next on Bet Sweat, Sammy P and Kate Constable preview the L.A. Chargers. We're just talking about the Chargers. They're also going to react to Joe Flacco being named the starter for the Browns. Jeff Feinberg will join for more Chargers talk at 10:20, and then Brad Powers will hand out his best college futures at 11 o'clock. Chargers talk on Bet Sweats.
Chargers talk.
Chargers
go,
talk.
Chargers,
Come on.
Go.
Let's go. And let's pick some winners for tonight.
Time to place your bets.
All right, Chelsea. I'm looking for nothing but dubs. What do you got?
Going back to the well with another first 7 under bet. We're going to go first 7 innings under 5.5 runs for -130 between the Astros and the Tigers. From the jump, we have a great pitching matchup here. Cy Young favorite Tariq Skubal goes for the Tigers, and Hunter Brown, Cy Young contender, goes for the Astros. Hunter Brown, let's start here. He's been fantastic over his last 3 starts, 2 earned runs or fewer. And also, here's the thing. He can go longer than 5 innings. 2 of his last 3 starts have gone 6 2/3. At least he went 7 innings against the Red Sox in one of those as well. Because here's the thing. You can play first 5 under 3.5, or you can have a little extra wiggle room and play that 5.5 in the first 7 innings, because we know Tariq Skubal can go deep in games as well. I know it hasn't been Tariq Skubal-like numbers over his last 3 starts, but listen, the bounce back is coming, and we know Tariq Skubal is going to stay in the game long enough. He's gone 7 innings in 2 of his last 3 starts as well. So I like the 5.5 number. And plus, you look at these 2 offenses. I know the Tigers are one of the best teams in all of baseball, but their offense has not looked like it. Over the last month, very middling, 19th in WRC plus over the last month. And the Astros have not been scoring runs either. They're sitting in the bottom 4 of just about every statistical metric when it comes to their offense over the last month of the season. So 2 middling offenses, 2 Cy Young caliber pitchers. Let's go first 7 under 5.5 for -130.
Let's go. I'm taking the Blue Jays on the money line -144. I found that. Taking on the Pirates today. Max Scherzer has found his groove over his last 3 starts. 4 runs over 19 innings. Has struck out 13. Mitch Keller on the other side has given up 3 runs or more in 4 of his last 5. Now, he has been getting a ton of run support, but he faces a Jays lineup 7th in slugging, 4th in OPS against right-handed pitching. I will fade the Buccos at the right price, and this is a good one. Blue Jays money line -144.
Yeah, it's going to be a squad play. You get one of the best teams in all of baseball at a pretty cheap price. Max Scherzer trending in the right direction. Yeah, I'm going to be on the Blue Jays as well. Too good of a price to pass up.
Nice. I got a couple more bets for you before we get to Sammy P. I'm going A's Twins under 8.5. It's -125. Jacob Lopez is going for the A's. Don't look now. 24 straight scoreless innings. In his last 2 outings, he's gone into at least the 7th. He's been fantastic. None of those 4 starts have eclipsed more than 6 total runs. Then Joe Ryan on the other side, 2 runs or less in 6 of his last 7, including only 2 earned over his last 11 2/3. This game in Minneapolis, thankfully, not in Sacramento. Let's go under 8.5. It's only -125. And finally, Rangers-Royals under 9, -128. Merrill Kelly taking on Seth Lugo. Look, we've been on Rangers unders all season long. Merrill Kelly has been really good down the stretch. 2 runs or less in 6 of his last 7. As for Seth Lugo, he's been a little dicey lately, no question. 13 earned over his last 8 innings. Got beat up by the Twins and Nats, but I see that as more of a rough patch than a guy who's falling apart. Also faced the Rangers earlier this season, 1 run over 6 innings, and Royals and the Rangers each in the top 10 in baseball when it comes to hitting the under. We're going under 9 in Kansas City. All right, before we get to Sammy P, I'm back, so that means the Dogster is here as well. Dogster, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I know everyone has missed me so much, especially Dylan, so nobody has to say anything.
We won't.
Well, no, don't you worry about that.
Dad, the rumor is this show almost fell apart when I was gone because our listeners didn't think it was nearly erotic enough.
No.
That's not true.
Well, what is true is that I spent my vacation sliding into a lot of DMs.
All right. You have any success?
Let's just say your boy Donkey is now a man.
We'll pass on any details there. Do you have a bet?
I do. Reds, money line against the Angels.
Good job. You know who always does a good job? Our guy, Sammy P. Coming up next on Bet Sweats. Sammy, my guy, good morning. How you doing, buddy?
Vacation's over until February, man. Boo!
Yeah, but how good was it to have football back last night? Like, I know it was preseason, but Joe Burrow, Jaden Daniels, if you squinted your eyes like enough, it did feel like the regular season.
Especially watching the Bengals play the way they play. That could be the Bengals game every week this year, just up and down the field. It is good to have football back. I more so meant, though, I was on vacation last week, and now Jenks is back. Vacation's over, boys and girls.
It's over, man.
We're here now. We ain't going anywhere.
That's it.
Yeah.
See you guys when we get together next summer. You know what I mean? Like, it's all football now. I know. Sorry. I should have said it. Thanks, Sammy P. Good to see that face, as always. That's it for us here on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. For our fantastic crew, including Chelsea, I'm Jinx. Have a great Tuesday. See you tomorrow.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Good morning. Happy Tuesday. Welcome into Bet Sweats here on the BetMGM Network. He's Sam Panayotovich. I am Kate Constable in for Joe O this week. We've got a great show here for you today, continuing our countdown to kickoff. We are going to be talking the LA Chargers. A lot going on for both LA teams right now with some injuries, but we'll break down the Chargers today in our preview. That's coming up in about 20 minutes. And then Jeff Feinberg, a huge Chargers fan, is going to join us a little later in the show, about an hour 20 from now, and we'll get his thoughts on the upcoming season for the Chargers. We'll talk to Brad Powers a little later in the show as well, 11 o'clock hour Eastern, get his thoughts on some college football. We have week 0, just a couple days away. Today's MLB card coming your way, all that good stuff. Sammy P, how are you doing this morning?
Kate, feeling great on a Tuesday, and I will say, if the Bengals are going to play these types of games all season, sign me up. We didn't talk a lot of Monday night yesterday because it's a Monday night game that doesn't really matter, and the starters didn't play a ton. But holy cow, 14-7 after 1, 28-14 after 2, and then the starters come out and the scoring stops. But the Bengals may be doubling down on last team to have the ball wins. And we talked about this a little bit yesterday because, as we know, they are listening to offers for Trey Hendrickson. Well, you're going to have to stop them, too. I mean, we have to paint both ends and talk about both sides of the spectrum. Their defense stinks, but, man, their offense is elite. And this could be a very fun season, especially if you're going to be betting those early overs in Bengals games.
Yeah, I think that is definitely the move to look at very early on in the season. Joe Burrow's first 3 drives of the preseason, touchdown, touchdown, touchdown in those 2 games so far, but first 3 drives within those games. And then the Commanders' first 3 plays yesterday, like talking about how terrible the Cincinnati defense is. That was like an NFL team playing against like a Pee-wee, a Pop Warner defense. Deebo Samuel, 19-yard run. Chris Rodriguez, 40-yard run. And then Jaden Daniels, 14-yard run for the score. 3 plays. First 3 plays for Washington. I mean, it couldn't have gotten a whole lot worse for that defense. They looked brutal from the beginning. So this Trey Hendrickson thing, if anything, it's just added more leverage to his case because you see what this defense is without him, and it is not good whatsoever.
The numbers are staggering. I saw this from Cleve TA yesterday, who does a lot of analytical work at the NFL level. Not at the NFL level, but about the NFL. So far in the 2025 preseason, this is right around halftime last night, the Bengals gave up 8 scoring drives on 14 opposing drives. So 8 out of 14. Good for 3.42 points per drive. Now, that might not sound like a lot, but I assure you it is. The Carolina Panthers last year led the NFL at 2.92 points allowed per drive. So the Bengals are already worse than that number. And there's a long way to go. We're still in the preseason. But this could be a roller coaster on steroids for Cincinnati. And I said it yesterday. Godspeed anybody betting under 45 in week 1 against Cleveland. I know the Browns offense isn't great, but when you have an awful defense and a bad offense, something's got to give. They both can't be true.
Well, yeah, maybe the Browns offense is going to be terrible, but that may be terrible going up against competent defenses. This is not a competent defense at all. So yeah, the over might look a little bit more enticing, especially even after last night. Sam, if we move on to some Major League Baseball yesterday, Paul Skeens gets the win. The Pirates beat the Toronto Blue Jays. That was a game that we all kind of had circled as the Blue Jays maybe coming out with the win in that one. But Skeens, 8 Ks. Pirates win 5-2. And Vladimir Guerrero Jr. exits with a hamstring injury, tightness, whatever you want to call it, kind of stretching out at first. But Paul Skeens, once again, just kind of, dominant. Only 2 earned runs. Again, 8 Ks. He was phenomenal last night.
He was. That's what he does. I still thought the Blue Jays were super live. You know, they take a 2-1 lead, and then Skeens leaves. It's 2-2. You got a shot there. Blue Jays just couldn't score it late. And I'll fall on the sword there. I do find it funny that every time, not every time, but a lot of times when we all get excited, the three of us or the four of us to bet the same thing, it's usually how it goes. I know. Why is that? We need to do a study on this. We need to get our crack research team. Why, when we all are drawn to one game, does it never quite work out the way we'd like it to? But Pittsburgh, did what they had to do. Skeens, you're going to strike out 8 guys and walk 1 and give up 2 earned runs. You're going to have a chance to win most games. I thought Gaussman was fine too. He just didn't go deep. And I'll be paying close attention, obviously, to Vladdy. Now, nothing on the surface injury-wise is going to keep him out a long time. But hammies are certainly something that people must monitor, and it's not going to change their day-to-day, but I assure you it will limit the, enticement for people to bet that team to win a pennant, win a World Series, if this lingers, if it gets worse. I thought, though, you come out of that game, Skeens comes out 2-2, you got a chance. And if you would have told me that yesterday morning when we were all talking about Toronto, if you would have said, all right, it's going to be 2-2 and Skeens will be gone, you'd take that. I think my big fear yesterday was Skeens leaves and it's 3-0 or 4-0. You had the right idea. The Pirates just had the better offense late in that game. But I hope Vladdy's okay, because that's a fun baseball team. And the power numbers certainly will not be what they should be if Vladdy has this lingering hammy.
I mean, to your point about when Skeens leaves, that's typically when their opponent kind of takes over, with the bullpen being bad for Pittsburgh and the run support not quite being there as well. Paul Skeens right now -425 to win NL Cy Young. Christopher Sanchez +275. We're keeping close tabs on these numbers because our good friend Jake Hassan has a 50-1 on Christopher Sanchez, but it doesn't look like that moved at all or significantly from prior to yesterday's start for Skeens. Sam, a game that we touched on just briefly, we just skimmed over it yesterday. And of course, I mean, I didn't bet it. I don't know if you ended up doing that, but Spencer Strider going for Atlanta against the White Sox. And we're like, oh, does anyone want to take Strider as a -200 favorite? Nah, maybe we should bet the White Sox. Well, White Sox explode for 13 runs, 13-9 win. They had 4 home runs, 2 of those coming off with Strider. It would have been a nice little plus money victory had I taken the White Sox yesterday.
I didn't either. I find it also very funny that we talked about 3 sides yesterday. The Blue Jays were 1, which we bet. The White Sox were 2. We did not bet. And the Milwaukee Brewers were 3. I didn't bet Milwaukee. I'm sure we'll get there in a second. The Cubbies lose again. The White Sox game was wild, though, because they had a 10-1 lead in that game. They were blowing the Braves out. And then you turn it on late, and it's, oh, no, the Braves are a swing away from tying this. It got hairy at the end, as White Sox games tend to do. But we all heard that price on Spencer Strider yesterday at -200 and thought, never in life. So I think the leans were fine. I'll just, again, take the blame and fall on the sword for landing on the wrong game. So the Braves fall as a -200 favorite. And then I think a lot of Cub fans were very excited about that second game getting washed. That was a doubleheader yesterday. The Cubs lose game 1, 2 hits against Milwaukee. And then all the fans that trekked down for game 2 just got wet a little bit. They're going to cancel it. They're going to re-rack it. They're going to play a doubleheader today. I'm sure a lot of fans and a lot of Cub players excited that they didn't have to get right back out there and go back to the well. It feels like at this point, I don't want to get hyperbolic, it feels like this division's over. I know mathematically it's not, but any Cub fan right now has to have no faith that they can overtake Milwaukee in the Central.
No, absolutely not. I mean, I think Cubs fans are just wanting to have some faith that this offense can get back on track in some capacity. You're right. I think the entire Cubs clubhouse was very excited that second game was postponed. They'll play a doubleheader today. But after yesterday's performance, just adding, I mean, fans were booing Kyle Tucker. Craig Counsell came out after and said Kyle Tucker's being benched for a mental reset. They're going to keep him out of a couple games. Doesn't know quite how long that is going to go on, but he needs to take some time away and just like kind of work on his mechanics. That's what it sounds like, is based on the reports that I read, is that Kyle Tucker, it's more mechanical issues at the plate. I mean, you go in a slump as long as he has. I want to say he only has 1 home run since the start of July. And I think that's mechanical to an extent, but also, I mean, has to be a little bit of mental as well, which is why Craig Counsell is going to just give him a little rest and reset. But yeah, those two teams play again today. Doubleheader, 1:20 start for that first game here in Chicago. And I mean, it looks kind of like it might rain again today. It's not the best weather here, so we'll see if we get both of those in. The Dodgers lost to the Rockies. Rockies walk-off single, bottom of the 9th. Dodgers were a minus 295 favorite on the money line, and so we get another team heavy favorite that loses. Had we taken the Rockies and the White Sox yesterday, we would have been sitting pretty, Sam, but we live to bet another day. Any more baseball you want to touch on before we move to NFL?
No, let's move to the story of the NFC. That's Matthew Stafford. So he comes out. McVay, the head coach of the Rams, says Stafford has a long way to go, but he did a, quote, good job. I don't know. I don't think they were pressuring him. I don't think they were chasing him. I don't think they were trying to billy club him in the backfield. I mean, you're going to let him come out and get comfortable, and that's fine. And you know how social media works. They do a slow-mo video of him throwing a beautiful pass to Devontae Adams, and everything's fine. That's not how social media works. We want to enhance what looks good and minimize what might not. I need to see him play with contact before I make any assessments. To think that he can just come out and practice for the first time and we're all going to just forget about what's been lingering and we all think that everything is hunky-dory and peachy. I don't. Until I see an opposing player try and pick him up and drop him on his back, we will not know. So we may have to extend our window here until we really know, because I can't believe they're going to want him to get hit. I mean, obviously, he had the red jersey on. Don't hit him. But when you get that first opponent that rips through the offensive line and tries to rip his head off, we are not going to know how that back is going to hold up. And I honestly can't wait to see how this plays out.
I mean, something tells me that it's not going to hold up all of that well based on McVay's comments. Doing a good job, quote, is doesn't exactly instill a whole lot of confidence. But let's hear what else Sean McVay had to say after practice yesterday.
There's really no, I'm not going to pigeonhole myself into any plans, and so we're just really, seeing how he feels. We're truly taking it a day at a time and a week at a time right now. And I mean that too, because, what I'm not going to do is sit here and go back and forth every single day. I don't think that's fair to anybody involved. That's not, it's not accurate with what's going on with the situation either. And so we're trying to, get our hands on it. We're trying to do right by, the player number one and our team. And so, it was good to be able to have him out there today.
Sean McVay, I mean, that's coach speak for you, like not going to give a whole lot. But the fact that it's still day to day is extremely concerning. He also said, told reporters that when asked if Stafford would face the Texans on September 7th, McVay said, I think that would be putting the cart way before the horse. So something tells me Stafford is most likely not going to be out there week 1 against the Texans. And if that's the case, you might have to bet the Texans.
They don't need him early, but they need him late. That's how I've sort of felt all along. If he's not ready and you force him out there at 37 with a bad back and it gets worse early, you will not have him late. If you want to take this situation seriously and massage the issue and maybe throw him out there in week 2 or 3 or 4, I think that's a much better plan. So pay attention to these wagers, these markets. The Stafford stuff mostly still down everywhere. So that's the way it is right now. And that's the quote, again, to repeat what Kate just said. I think that would be putting the cart way before the horse. So even the expectations in Los Angeles are not necessarily that he's going to be ready to start week number 1. We do know who's starting in Cleveland, though. Oh, baby. Joe Flacco. Woo! He's going to be the week 1 starter. Watch them win game 1 now and then lose 5 in a row, because that's That's certainly possible. I don't love Flacco big picture, but he's going to move the ball against Cincinnati week number 1. I'm calling it right now. I'm calling it.
Overs. The Browns are also keeping 4 quarterbacks on the 53-man roster. It's what Kevin Stefanski told media yesterday. So that means you have Kenny Pickett. Like, does that include Deshaun Watson?
No.
That's Gabriel
Shador,
Sanders. That's not
Gabriel. Yeah. Pickett and Old Man River, Joe Flacco, week 1 starter.
That is a rough quarterback room. Yikes. Trey Hendrickson also not budging on contract talks with the Bengals. We'll touch on that maybe a little bit later on in the show. But coming up next, countdown to kickoff continues. Chargers season preview with Kate Constable and Sam Panayotovich on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
Yeah, I thought all the receivers really did an outstanding job. The Trey, some big catches, showing the catch radius, showing the ability to catch it over the middle, catch and run, catching the sideline. I thought he had a heck of a game. KLS the same. Really impressed with KLS on the gunner rep he had, and the tackle and the toughness, and just I thought both of those players, Trey and Keandre, showed a lot of grit.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
Gotta love a good Jim Harbaugh press conference. Those are maybe the most enjoyable press conferences to listen to in the league because you never quite know what you're going to get from Harbaugh. That one was pretty PG right there. He didn't kind of go off the rails too much, but talking about his young wide receivers who are going to have to be a big part of the Chargers offense this year because they don't have a whole lot at wide receiver coming into the season. They really didn't much last year either. Continuing our countdown to kickoff here on Bet Sweats, Kate Constable, Sam Paniatovich, and you guessed it, talking about the LA Chargers. Sam, Chargers are plus 330 around there to win the AFC West. That's behind the Kansas City Chiefs and the Denver Broncos. I think that's pretty fair, a place to put them in with some of the injuries that they've already sustained early on in the season. Rashawn Slater, he's out for the year. Quentin Johnston just had a concussion. He's going to be out for a little bit of time. Overall, Chargers plus 310 rather over at BetMGM. Do you like that price for them to win the division, or are you out on the Chargers altogether?
I'm not out altogether, and we'll get into a couple things I do like, but this offensive line is a work in progress. And if you've missed it, Joe Alt has had the move from right tackle to left tackle. Of course, former Notre Dame left tackle who was drafted to play on the other end of Slater. And as Kate mentioned, Slater's going to miss the entire season. And I would go as far as to say this is now Joe Alt's job for life if he stays healthy, because this is not the first rodeo with Rashawn Slater and the injured list. This is probably the left tackle of the future now in Joe Alt. So if you want to find the positivity there, you have a really good one. And ideally, he stays on the field, stays healthy, and he can play that position for 10 years. When you get Slater back next year, move him the right tackle, and you move on. But it's not the only injury. McConkey has been banged up for a ton of this training camp. Najee Harris, when will we see him? Who knows? It feels like forever ago that he was at a party or a cookout or whatever, and fireworks went off in his face. So now Omar'e Hampton has been elevated to RB1, and he's been bet accordingly. But really, for this team, it's on the quarterback. And I think a lot of people like Justin Herbert. I think aesthetically he does a lot of things really well, has a huge arm, a lot of intangibles. He can move about the cabin when things break down, but the metrics don't like Justin Herbert. And the advanced analytics guys have always thought that he's been, let's be real, a little overrated. Now, the truth is probably somewhere in the middle, but this is a team that has the talent to get over the top eventually on Kansas City. I don't love the way this offseason and this training camp started, of course, but their defense is pretty solid. Their coach established that hard-nosed style on offense last year. They're going to try and run the ball down your throat and then put the quarterback in positions to succeed via play action, via the deep ball. I think everything is there from a planning standpoint. But the question that a lot of people have, can Justin Herbert take that next step? And I don't know that we have that answer yet.
Well, I think my answer to that is yes, he can if he has the right pieces around him. Like, I don't think he has the weapons to have the type of success that he's capable of having. Ladd McConkey's a good receiver. And I mean, as a rookie last year, he far exceeded a lot of expectations. But now, I mean, Keenan Allen, I don't think that in Keenan Allen's day and age, you're going to count on a whole lot from him. The tight end, Will Dissly, he's not terrible, but he's not one of the top tight ends in the league. You have Ladd McConkey, and then you have a bunch of rookies like Trey Harris. And in that clip of Jim Harbaugh talking at the top of the segment, like he's been doing a great job, a little inconsistent in camp. Keandre Lambert-Smith, they really like him. He had a great game the other day. So you have some pieces, but are they going to have the breakout rookie season that Ladd McConkey had? And unless they do, which would be tough for both of them to have that type of year, I don't think you have the offensive weapons downfield that Justin Herbert needs to be successful. So I think he in and of himself is a phenomenal player. But when you talk about the entirety of the team, I don't think it's going to be enough to push them to a division win. Now, can they win 9 games? Win total right now, Sam, sitting at 8.5. That one's juice minus 140 to the under. You can take 9.5, a little plus money there. They're not getting to 10 games in my mind. Can they win 8-9? Yeah, probably.
Justin Herbert as an NFL starter is 41-38. The numbers don't lie. So he came on gangbusters early. In his second year, he was already throwing for 38 touchdowns and 5,000 yards. But those numbers have depreciated over the years. Last year, he's got 23 touchdowns. Now, granted, a Jim Harbaugh quarterback is probably never going to throw for 5,000 yards and 45 touchdowns because it's not how they're built. When you bring in Greg Roman and you address the offensive line, they want to run the ball and control the time of possession. So I'm not saying that statistically he needs to throw for X and needs to have X touchdowns, but they need to win more games. And, he had the injury a couple years ago, finished 5-8 as a starter. Last year, he was fine in terms of managing games. But I think the interesting part about Herbert is that we know the tools are there. How much rope does he get? How free can he be in this offense? And maybe by design, he won't be. He threw the ball 504 times last year and completed about 66% of his passes. That's good. It's nothing sensational. And again, the touchdown number last year, only 23. 23 touchdowns, 3 picks. You know who he played like last year? J.J. McCarthy in college. He did enough to keep them in front. He protected the football, but the flashiness was way down. I mean, when he first got there, he was winging the ball all over the place. And you're, oh my God, look at that arm. Now, sometimes it's going to get tipped and intercepted, but those throws were minimized last year. He only threw an interception 0.6% of the time. That's Jim Harbaugh football. That's what it is. It's what it's always been. We're going to run it. We're going to protect it. And we're going to keep you on the sidelines. My issue there is that he has the talent to be a top 5 quarterback. I just don't know that this system is going to enhance his abilities.
His touchdown prop this season, 21.5. He's gone over 23 4 times this year. With Najee Harris being already banged up with the 4th of July incident to the eye and not knowing when he's coming back, that leaves Amari and Hampton, your rookie running back, RB1 to start the year. Do we think I know this is a team that wants to run the ball more that's Jim Harbaugh, but are they going to be able to do that? Like, is there some value in going over 21.5 passing touchdowns, minus 108, just because early on he's probably going to have to throw a couple more than he otherwise would with the running game lacking? Like, you don't really have a backup or a serviceable backup right now to Hampton.
We'll see. I'm not in a rush to bet anything over on Herbert passing stats. Now, that doesn't mean that they can't go over the win total, which we should address, 9.5. They're minus 130 at BetMGM to make the playoffs. To win the division, you gave the price already. There's a nice range there from 3-1 to 350. And then the bigger stuff, they're like 12, 13-1 to win the conference. And they're as high as 30-1 to win the Super Bowl. I'm going to take it easy on the Herbert stat props. Again, I think he could win. I just don't know that they're going to win because he's out there throwing for 300 yards and 3 touchdowns. That's just not what it's been historically under Harbaugh. But that Hampton market, Kay, has that been smashed? So on this show, we talked about it after the draft. And I told Joe we need to bet this at 16-1, offensive rookie. MGM is down to 7-1. Now, there's a couple reasons for that. One, people watch Bet Sweats. 2, Najee Harris was supposed to be RB1, and every preseason preview on the Chargers was basically asking the question, when does Hampton become the lead guy? of course, these previews came out in April and May and June. So this is pre-firework, catastrophe. He's going to be their number one guy. So there's been a combination of hype on top of fireworks, I guess. So Hampton's
literal fireworks.
The best price you can get now on Hampton is 10-1. Then there's a 9, a 9 and 8, a 750, and MGM is all the way down to 7-1. I take a little responsibility for that. But he's going to be their bell cow. And I think they had this full plan where we're gonna make Najee Harris the one. We're gonna see what we have with Hampton, and then if we have to make a change in terms of snaps and touches, we will. Najee Harris is owed nothing by the Chargers. Now, they were kind of giving him a deal to see what he could do, and he decided that other things were more important than sports. So this is his backfield now. And while the injury to Slater does make them worse, no doubt, they can still run the football because they brought in Becton from Philly. They like Zion Johnson, their left guard. This is still a run-first team. They're going to run and run and run some more. And if Hampton can break the big ones like he did in college, he's going to have a chance to be just as good as Ashton Genty in year number one.
Yeah, the interior of their offensive line last year struggled at times, but I think Becton bringing him in will help. The schedule, Sam, for me, fairly doable early on in the season. I mean, I know that first game against Kansas City and Brazil, that's obviously a tough one because you're playing the Chiefs. It's just kind of later in the year that I think things get dicey down the stretch. Like week 14, you have Philly, Kansas City, Dallas, Houston, who just smoked you in the wild card game last year, and then you end at Denver. So this could be a top-heavy schedule in terms of like wins early, and it kind of tapers off later. So I don't know if there are opportunities to like bet in season the win total under or them to miss the playoffs at some point, but it kind of alternates. Like they have a Kansas City, then a little bit easier of a game. I mean, I know it's still a division game. First 3 games actually of the season are all division games: Kansas City, Las Vegas, and Denver. But you have like Denver, you then go to the Giants, you play the Commanders, you go to Miami, a little bit easier one. So it kind of goes back and forth. I think the early part is more doable than the latter part. I mean, getting to 10 wins, I don't know if I can get there, Sam. I'm not going to bet it because I think the number's pretty right, but I would lean towards the under on this Chargers team this year.
I really wanted to be a Chargers guy, and then Slater went down, and McConkey was in a wrap and a boot, and then Najee has been non-existent. So I'm not looking to fade necessarily. I'll tell you what's happening though. Week number 1, this Chiefs side has been bet quite a bit. So that's the Friday game in Brazil, week number 1. And we saw sharp money come in and knock this thing down. Kansas City at one point in the summer was -1.5, -2. So there was some support off the 3 for the Bolts. Well, you look at the market now, MGM is 2.5. There's a whole bunch of 3, and I see a 3.5 at circa. So in the last 2 weeks or so, we have seen this money come in on the Chiefs, week number 1 on a neutral in Brazil. I would love to take 3. I haven't done it yet. I guess I don't really know why. Maybe because I'm still recovering from a week in Vegas. But if you get me to Friday, September 5th, or maybe just the week of that game, and you're going to give me a 3, God forbid a 3.5, I would take 3.5 week 1. Even though I'm sort of hesitant on the big picture stuff and hesitant on any Herbert numbers or stats or awards. Like I'm not betting Justin Herbert MVP at 25-1. No. Not happening. But could they cover or beat the Chiefs week 1? Absolutely. Because weird things happen in Brazil, Kate. That's what I've been told.
Well, I mean, that's what I was going to say is if this game were being played in Kansas City, I think I'd be a little bit more hesitant to back the Chargers. But when you have so many variables of games, I mean, think about the game last year, Eagles and Packers week 1 in Brazil, how slippery that field was. And that made it all that more difficult to predict what was going to happen in that game. You knew that right off the jump. When you get things like that and long travel, I think you kind of always have to go with the dog, which may be a little foreshadowing into a game later on that we will talk about happening over in Dublin. So I guess consensus here, Sam, we're not out on the Chargers by any means, but not overly excited to be backing this team long term.
If I'm wrong on Herbert, this is an 11-12 win team, but I think the market says exactly how I feel, that this is a 9 or 10 win team. We're going to see how the passing game works, but they're going to run, and they're going to run, and they're going to run some more.
Jim Harbaugh has never had a losing season in the NFL, if that tells you anything on how this year might be going. All right, coming up on the other side, we'll turn our attention to the Diamond. Major League Baseball will break down today's card. That's next here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
deals Contreras. That goes to the screen. And coming in to score is Ortiz. It is 7-0 Brewers.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
The Brewers had a 14-game win streak snapped the other day by the Reds. They come back out first game against the Cubs yesterday, and they're starting a new win streak that, Sam, makes me feel like they're going to add 2, maybe 3 wins to that streak, or win number 2 and number 3 today based on how the Cubs have been playing. You heard that call there. Brewers beat the Cubs yesterday 7-0. The offense for the Cubs continues to be absolutely brutal. They can't get anything going. And it's tough to imagine a world where that all of a sudden just turns around this afternoon. Doubleheader with these 2 teams today, because the doubleheader yesterday, second game was canceled due to rain, thunderstorms here in Chicago. So 1:20 matchup for Brewers and Cubs this afternoon. But Sam, I don't have a whole lot of hope for Chicago Cubs fans.
9-game lead now in that division. 9 games. The Cubs were in control of this division for the early part of the season. You thought it was going to be a layup that they'd win this division. And I never thought that it was a lock that they would do it. But if you would have told me that halfway through August, the Brewers would have a 9-game lead, I don't know what I would have said. I mean, if you go back and look at about the 50, well, let's call it the 57 game mark, because I pulled up their reference page this morning as we were getting ready for the show. On May 28th, the Brewers won a game against Boston. They walked it off. They improved to 29-28. So just an eyelash over 500. Again, they were 29-28. They're now 79-45. They are 34 games over 500. It's one of the greatest runs that we've seen. Now, I think some people are still a little hesitant about what they can do in the playoffs, and people have issues about, the number 2 and number 3 starters and the bats. Will the bats stay hot in the playoffs? I don't know. I don't have these answers. But they are an unbelievable plus 168 in run differential. There's nobody even close to that, Kate. The Dodgers are plus 87. The Cubs are plus 110. The Phillies are plus 88. In the American League, the Yankees are plus 99. The Tigers plus 90. Their run differential is almost plus 170. And they've been doing it in every facet. I remember about a month ago, I asked Joe, I said, hey, what do you think about the Brewers? And he's like, we missed the number. And he's right. We did. We missed the best numbers. I mean, at one point, we're talking huge prices on them to win the pennant and win the World Series. And we decided, we missed it. Let's not bet this 15-1 World Series. Well, look at the number now. They just keep winning, and they are doing in dominant fashion. They're doing it, in dominant fashion.
Plus 750 I'm seeing for the Brewers to win the World Series right now. Plus 370 to win the NL, only behind the Dodgers right now. I mean, yeah, you said it. It's just been an unbelievable run for them. In your opinion, why are you not interested, number aside, in jumping on the bandwagon that this Milwaukee team can potentially win the NL or win the World Series? Like, are out completely in your mind?
No, not at all. I look at the fact that we missed the number, and I remember it was 15 or 16-1, and Joe said, we missed the best of it. And at that point, they were hot. They had won 11 out of 12 or something like that. And, Joe and I are wired the same way. Well, we'll wait for the losing streak. We'll wait for the other shoe to drop.
Hasn't come quite yet.
No, it has not. Not even close. So it's not that we don't believe it. I think what any Brewers fan or Brewers backer always sort of thinks in the back of their mind is that we have seen some really successful regular seasons, and we have not really had the postseason success. I mean, they've been to the playoffs 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times in the last 7 years, and they've made it to the NLCS 1 time. Does that mean that they can't do it this year? Of course not. But I think there's this notion that, okay, they're a nice, cuddly, and cute regular season team, but when the pressure rises, they don't. That may not be fair, at least to this year's team in 2025. But that's sort of what they're perceived as. They're nice in the regular season, but they crumble in the playoffs. It wasn't that last year they were in control, and then Pete Alonso hit that walk-off home run to win the series. Again, because it happened last year and 2 years ago or whatever, it doesn't mean it's going to happen this year. But I think that's the hesitation for anybody believing that the Brewers can actually make a run of the World Series.
Jake Hassan, why don't you jump in here?
I am in full agreement with Sam. Whether it's Pete Alonso last year ending their season, ripping their hearts out, whether it's the Dodgers 10 years ago when those really, really good Brewers teams were going, and it was just the Dodgers every time. I think everybody's kind of getting caught up in the, well, let's look for the value. Who's hot? Like Padres, they're leading the NL West, or the Brewers. I'm kind of starting to think that maybe this is just a buy point on the Dodgers. Like they're 2-1 to win the pennant. And maybe we could pair them with some exactas like Dodgers over Astros, Dodgers over Blue Jays, whatever you want. Like, I kind of feel like we're overthinking this, and we're thinking, well, if the Phillies get Wheeler back for the NLCS, or, oh, well, if the Brewers can stay hot, or if the Cubs can turn it around, or if the Reds can just sneak in. At a certain point, are we just overthinking this, and maybe it's just the Dodgers? And instead we just wheel it with some stuff or play some exactas. Like, I know it's not fun. I know it's like, oh, same old, yeah, the Dodgers. But, I mean, did any of us think that on August 19th we'd be sitting here with a 2-1 for the Dodgers to win the pennant? Like, we all probably thought this would be closer to even or plus 125, right? So, at a certain point, I kind of feel like we're overthinking it. Because I'm with Sam. I want nothing to do with the Brewers in the postseason. I kind of feel like they're just going to run out of steam. They'll win 95 games. Great. They'll be a great story. Everybody's going to buy in. You all know how I feel about the Padres. The Phillies are a nothing, especially without Wheeler. I kind of feel like we're overthinking it.
And yet, here they are. They lead the major leagues in runs scored. And Andrew Vaughn is hitting 5th. Andrew Vaughn couldn't cut it with the White Sox. Yeah. And he's hitting in the middle of the order. It's honestly the team of misfit toys, aside from Christian Yelich, who's been a very good player for a long time. I mean, their best 5 hitters are Terang, Collins, Willie Contreras, Yelich, and Andrew Vaughn. I'm sorry, Kate, that doesn't scream pennant to me. It just doesn't. But if you've been doubting them and betting against them for months, you're probably living under a bridge somewhere. So I'm not anti-Brewers, although it might sound like I am. I don't know how this keeps up for another, 2 months. Not that it has to keep up in August and September, but they've got to do this in October. And that's when I worry, because you're not playing any more bad teams. There's no more Pirates. There's no more bum teams when you get to the playoffs. You are facing aces and 2s and 3s. And that's where I kind of have to see it to believe it.
Yeah, not out on the Brewers right now, but long-term out on the Brewers. I think that's fairly safe to say. Are you out on the Brewers today against the Cubs, Sam?
I'd pound the Brewers today against the Cubs.
I mean, I don't know how you backed the Cubs yesterday. 2 hits, one of them coming from Owen Casey. The Cubs also, Cade Horton leaves that game with a blister. Like, things could not be going any worse for the Cubs. That I'm not sure how you look to back that team at all. I think the Brewers would be the right side here.
Look, the Brewers have been feasting on bad teams and slumping teams all year. Let's give them some credit, or let me give them some credit, because I've been kind of throwing water on the flame, just like our guy George. But they have, I mean, if you look at their record against teams that are, less than 500, it's remarkable. But then they're also beating the good teams too. So you're like, what is this team? I think it's the hardest team to quantify in the majors right now. They just keep finding ways to win, though. And they keep doing it. If the offense is on, the pitching could take a step back. If the offense is cool, they get a 2-hitter from Peralta. It's been the perfect season for them. The market, though, in game number 1, I'll tell you this. We talked yesterday about how the market was betting against the Cubs. Market is on the Cubs in game 1 today. That's a 120 start. Open to $1.40. I see $1.50, $1.55, $1.58. They're betting on Boyd today. And Boyd's been very profitable all season. So it does make sense.
Well, I feel like then you should take an under. Like that might be where I look because, okay, if Boyd's been great this season, which I mean, he really has, then that tells you Milwaukee's likely not going to score a whole lot. But this Cubs team is not going to be scoring a whole lot either. So that might be where I look in game 1 between these two. Have official plays in lightning bets. We have a couple other games that have big time matchups. Hunter Brown and Skubal going against each other. Detroit -160. Astros -180 rather, all the way out to that. Astros +145. Anything in that game, Sam?
I lean under in that one, as I usually do. Don't have to really force anything. The two that I really circled today were 966 Tampa. That's Boz against Rodon. So we'll see there if I can get to the window. And then I may have to turn the clock back. I am not a big Kyle Hendricks supporter in the year of our Lord 2025, but that is a shove against the Reds today. Market's moving against Cincinnati, and you don't see the market align with Kyle Hendricks all that often.
Yeah.
So I may find myself on a very small dog. MGM going to give you +120 tonight with the Halos at home against the Reds. So lean Rays, lean Angels, and lean under in that Skubal game.
Christopher Sanchez going today for the Phillies. Jake Hassan, how we feeling?
Yeah, my tummy hurts. We're alive, kind of. We'll see what happens.
Somewhat a make it or break it type game tonight. Sanchez has a great game.
Kate, don't make it a bigger thing than it has to be. It's just let's just take it one
says
start
the
at a
guy
time.
who talks about his kickball team for 3 months prior to the season. All right, coming up on the other side, week 0, college football. We'll tell you where we're putting our money for the Ireland game on Saturday. That's next year on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
Thank you for joining us here on Bet Sweats on this Tuesday afternoon. Kate Constable, Sam Panayotovich here with you. We're going to dive into week 0 of college football. Hard to believe it is already coming our way on Saturday. Iowa State, Kansas State in Dublin. We'll get to some other games in week 0 and maybe a couple ones in week 1. Jeff Feinberg is going to join us from Odds Checkers and the Hammer Network in about 20 minutes. He'll touch on the Chargers and his outlook for that team this season as we continue our countdown to kickoff. Sam, before we dive into week 0, some lessons maybe learned on social media last night that grilling indoors, or at least in a covered garage, is maybe not the smartest move, especially when the flames are kind of really flaming, I suppose.
That's an understatement. If you just look at the thumbnail of the tweet that I sent to the Ramily thread, it's our guy, GRP George, putting 3 fatty ribeyes on a grill that, let's just say, I don't know is cleaned every time. So
something
apparently
tells me it's not, Sam. I think that's a fair, safe assumption.
I don't live in Chicago anymore, but I can tell from the video that it was raining, and I also know that the Cubs game was postponed. So bad enough to cancel a baseball game. Well, George had some family in town, so he was on the grill last night. And he likes to chronicle not only the session, but the prep. So I saw 3 very meaty, very fatty ribeyes covered in oregano, and he goes to the grill and fires it up. And if you've seen these videos at GRP Wins, you never know where they're going to start, and you never know what you're going to get. So this charcoal grill that is probably loaded to the gills with charcoal, and George even says in the video, I may have overdone it on the charcoal. The grill's on fire, Kate. And there are 3 ribeyes that you can kind of see amidst all the flames. The grill is in the garage. It's in the garage because he doesn't want the steaks to get wet. And I'm thinking to myself, this is probably not a good idea. And then, of course, George has the spray bottle with the water, and he's spraying the grill, which is creating more of a, I don't know. Inferno is a strong word. I was going to say inferno, but inferno is a strong word. I mean, anybody can hop in here and weigh in on the grill situation last night. It just doesn't appear to be a great idea to be fire blasting fatty ribeyes in the garage. That's all.
We sure that's not lighter fluid that he's spraying on it? Are we sure?
No.
I mean, that can't be.
Those things.
Because then you're literally eating lighter fluid. Like that's
can't it be, Kate? Can't it be?
Well, I mean, yeah, I guess this is George we're talking about.
I mean, regardless of if it's water, lighter fluid, whatever, those things are bricks. Those steaks, like those are.
Well,
oof.
That's kind of what I want to know. Like, how good are those steaks? Because you have to imagine with the size of the flames that they're just charred on the outside. And like, are they? I'm not a griller. Are they cooked all the way through, or is he just like totally burning them on the outside, and then you go to cut them when you go inside, and it's just like raw meat? That's what I think those ribs would, or those steaks likely look like.
I'm guessing George is a well done guy. Which, not my thing.
So here's how I know they probably didn't turn out well. We did not get a photo of the finished product. You notice that when George is feeling some type of way about the grill, you get the pre-op and the post-op. We did not get the post-op last night, and that leads me to believe that they may have been burnt to a crisp. I don't know that for sure. I'm telling it the way I see it.
There's a laugh out loud funny point in the video, like 17 seconds in, where there's just a plume of flame that shoots into the sky. It's just like, you just
Like, it's
know
stuff
it's
like
not
that
going
that
well.
makes me think, like, is this actually lighter fluid? Like, that's why I was like, what are we
I'm
actually
with you,
spraying
Paul.
on the steaks here?
Like watching the video, there's no way that's just water. That's like, I know some people do like apple cider vinegar or something. Sometimes, like, it's got to be some kind of concoction.
How much would for those watching on YouTube or Twitch, we have the photo pulled up. The grill is in the garage. George is squirting it with something unclear as to the contents of the spray bottle. How much would you have to be paid to eat something that GRP wins makes?
No.
Just nothing,
No,
Paul?
okay.
There is no
Katie,
price?
No.
$50.
No.
Jake
The
would do it for
comments
a pretty penny.
are insane too. If you go to that tweet and look at the comments, I'm not going to read all of them on the air because we would run out of time on this program. But there was one tweet that said, "At GRP wins. I just roll it into the living room, George. We don't want the steaks to get wet." You know, like, of course. Now, he's not doing it, just for context. If you're not watching on video, the garage door is open, but the grill is straddling. It's straddling the roof, or not the roof. It could hit the roof if that thing were to explode. Yeah, it's like it's in the middle. It's exactly. So it's on the divider between the garage and the driveway. So if things were to go sideways or upwards, I guess, that's hitting the house. It's hitting the garage and doing its thing. It's just a wild move. Because if you're spraying it with water, it could take the rain. No? Like, what am I missing here? You don't want it to hit the rainwater, but you'll spray it with water. I don't know.
Also, isn't there don't you have a grill cover where you could, just run out in the rain quickly, have an umbrella, open the cover, check your steaks, put it back down, and like it doesn't get all wet?
Yes, Kate.
That's the thing, right?
Somebody said,
I don't
"Bro,
grill a
this
whole
isn't
lot."
Burger King."
I mean, the comment section for not even this tweet of his, but like pretty much everyone is just pure comedy. There are some very funny people on Twitter within the comment section of George.
It's something that I think I need to teach George the reverse sear. We should maybe do that at a future date.
I would watch that video so immediately.
Well, we have to ask Feinberg, because Feinberg and
oh my god,
I'd come to Chicago for that. Yeah, Feinberg and George went on this
all by the
lunch
steaks,
tour.
You host the cookout.
I need a physical location because I don't have anchors.
That is correct.
For now we have a garage. We'll see if it's still there when you get here. But
okay, all right. Let's move on from this and talk.
Week 0, college football.
There you go.
Grilling steaks at the tailgate. That's the transition here. Hard to transition out of GRP. Week 0, Kansas State, Iowa State in Dublin. Sam, Iowa State +3 right now, +125 on the money line. Kansas State -150 on the money line. Total 49.5. Where are we putting our hard-earned cash in this one?
So I lean to Kansas State. Corby was on our show a couple weeks ago, maybe a month ago, and he was talking about the versatility for their offense, mostly because of quarterback Avery Johnson, not the Spurs point guard, the Kansas State quarterback. Dual threat. And remember, this was a kid who came in highly regarded. He was so good in practice and so good projection-wise that Will Howard saw him come in and said, "I'm out. I'm going to go to Ohio State." So let's remember that. I would lay 3 with Kansas State. I would also consider an over in the game. I think we know the identity for these two programs. We know what Matt Campbell teams are going to try and do. We also know what Chris Kleiman teams are going to try and do. So I think Johnson is the difference maker in the game. That's not exactly a hot take. They're favored by 3 and they have the better quarterback. But I do think Kansas State is maybe a little bit better than the market understands right now. So I lean to K-State. I wonder, boys and girls, who Kelly in Vegas is going to like on Friday. K-State alum Kelly in Vegas. I wonder who she's going to take in that game. But I do lean with the Wildcats. And the other game that I really think is getting in that wheel zone for me is this Kansas side. Now, Kansas opened at 14.5. And I was never going to lay 14.5 because that's a bad number to lay. However, you're seeing a lot of people come in and bet Fresno State, which I think some would see and go, oh, well, wise guys like Fresno State. Well, they took 14 and 13.5 and 13. And now at BetMGM, I could lay 12.5. So I could come back the other way. Again, I was never going to lay 14.5. But now that I get a Kansas team that really underachieved last year and really struggled in one-score games, I think there's an urgency there. And if they can reverse or regress to the mean, Kansas could win this game by 21 points, and I wouldn't even blink an eye. So I think of the 4 games on Saturday, that's probably my favorite. I don't love laying big numbers early, but I think Fresno State is very overrated, and I think people are betting against Kansas because of what Kansas did last year. Well, last year's over, and I think the Jayhawks are going to pour one on Saturday. So that's probably my favorite look. Kansas minus 12.5.
Sam, that is where I was going to go as well. Fresno State really can't run the ball. They were 0-5 in games last year in which they failed to top 90 rushing yards. And the defensive line for Kansas, while not great by any means, I think they're going to be better this year and should be able to hold up against that run game, which then turns Fresno State into a fairly one-dimensional team. And then with a new quarterback in EJ Warner, week 0 rather, how buttoned up is that passing game going to be with this number coming down? I mean, you nailed it at 14.5, not a bet. 12.5 out there. I think that certainly is something that I can get on board with. Paul, you had a quick follow-up on Kansas State and Kelly in Vegas.
Yeah, so Kelly will be joining us on Friday from Ireland. She also has a recent tweet from yesterday. After 4 days of driving in Ireland, I can conclude that driving on the left side of the road is superior. Similar question, how much would it take for you to ride shotgun with Kelly driving on the left side of the road in Ireland?
Ooh, that's a good question. Now, if you were to pose it this way, would you rather eat those steaks from last night with George or drive on the left side of the road with Kelly? I think I'd take the roller coaster. I'd take the car trip with Kelly, I believe.
Yeah,
Both
I'd probably
could kill
go with
you,
that too.
but one would be more fun. Yeah.
One would be a little less disgusting. I mean, most of us have been to Ireland. Paul, have you been to Ireland? You have, right? And Jake has.
Yeah,
I have.
I
Sam,
have.
you have. Did any of us drive?
Yep.
I didn't drive at all.
No chance.
No.
My sister drove when I was there, so she had a car or whatever. We went to a couple places. We went to Loch Ness, whatever. Nobody cares. But it's terrifying when you're not used to it. Like, it's like we're driving, and at a certain point, like, my brain reverts back to, because I'm very stupid. Like, my brain reverts back to being here, and like I'm looking at my phone or something, and I look up, and it's just terrifying. Like, you forget where you are and that it's flipped. And that's as a passenger. Like, I can't even imagine like figuring it out as a driver. So I don't know. You guys know Kelly better than me, but I lean steak.
Yeah, I don't know Kelly at all. But I guess that even not enough to know. I mean, is she an erratic driver to begin with in America, which would make European driving even more scary with her?
Sort of
she
an
seems
erratic
like she's a fun time.
person. Erratic person, maybe, more than anything else. Question mark.
That's fair.
Is there any way she takes the dog in this game on Friday? Is she going to come in and take the dog? There's no way, right?
That was my question, because she bets a lot of underdogs, right? Like, that's her thing, is she's great at betting the dogs, but does she go against her team ever?
No shot.
Yes. Yes, she would, but not week 0. Not the first game.
And not
I
in
would
Ireland.
Be stunned. There's no way she's going all the way across the pond
Right.
And going to the game and getting ready to go and coming on Bet Sweats for the first hit of the season and betting against Kansas State. There's I shouldn't say no way, but it feels very close to no way.
Yeah, that's probably a safe bet. And a tease to what's coming up on Friday on Bet Sweats. Kelly in Vegas coming to us live from Ireland for Kansas State, Iowa State week 0. Should be a fun Saturday with college football officially back. Jeff Feinberg is officially back on the show in just a few moments. We'll talk to him about his bets for the Chargers this season and his time eating with GRP. What was that like? I'm sure it was quite the rush. That's next here on Bet Sweats with Sammy P and Kate Constable.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
down and 8. Chargers must get to the 8-yard line for a first. Herbert with time. Now he throws. End zone. Touchdown. Quentin Johnston.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back into Bet Sweats. Kate Constable, Sammy P here with you, diving back into the Los Angeles Chargers. Countdown to kickoff continues, and to do so, we bring in Jeff Feinberg of the Hammer Network and Odds Trackers. Jeff, appreciate you taking the time to join us today. Two different topics that we want to get to while we have you on here. One is, of course, the Chargers here. And then two, Sam and I just had a little discussion about George's grilling in the garage last night. Don't know if you saw that. And you had the pleasure of just sharing multiple meals with George. So we want to get your take on that first. Chargers is probably the more important topic, so we'll start there. But gather some thoughts on George and the restaurants you guys went to. But Chargers overall, you just heard that highlight. Quentin Johnston, obviously that isn't going to be the case going forward with him, at least in the near future, because he had a concussion the other day, which makes this wide receiving core for the Chargers even a little bit more thin than it already is. How do you assess the offense with Justin Herbert, but a fairly unproven wide receiving core?
The optimism is low, friends. You would think after last year that the just natural linear ascension that most people might think or expect to be happening from the Chargers this year. I am of the opinion that last year might have been an overachievement and there's regression. And I'm usually pretty optimistic. But I'll tell you, that Rashawn Slater injury, every time I think about it, talking to you now, it's like I've been punched in the solar plex and I have to regather myself. As for the receiving core, the one thing that can be a bright light in this season, and outside of drafting a rookie quarterback who's great on a rookie deal, it might be hitting back-to-back receivers outside of the first round in back-to-back drafts. They accomplished it last year with Ladd McConkey to flying success, and Trey Harris looks good, and there's a fifth-round pick, Keandre Lambert-Smith, who is lighting up camp. I don't know what that even means. It's training camp, but he has been outstanding. If somehow they could piggyback the McConkey pick with hitting another receiver in this day and age of receiver salaries and you know, how that is just their role and importance and all of it, that would be incredible and a great sign. But the Slater injury has Alt moving over, and what was a strength with the addition of Mekhi Becton now just, you know, feels like, you know, an average O-line, and it is crushing to what they could potentially do in that passing game.
I don't know if this is fair, but I really want to see Justin Herbert unleashed. I know it won't happen with Harbaugh because that's not how Harbaugh rolls, but the tools are there. The ability is there. I remember his second year, he threw the ball 672 times. That's probably not going to happen under Jim Harbaugh. But is it weird that I just kind of want to see him play street ball for a whole season and see what happens?
You and me both. When that lad is running like a gazelle out in open space, like nothing gets me more jacked up. He, in my opinion, and maybe I have a bias, he can be a less truculent Josh Allen. You know, a truculence of Brian Burke hockey word. Like, he's not as physical, but he can be doing a lot of those same things and has the skill set to attempt it. We'll see what happens now. Maybe, you know, with the weaker O-line, he will be running for his life. Last year, he started with that foot injury, Sammy, in preseason, and it lingered a bit, so that may have held it back. But, yeah, I mean, there's no more excuses on Justin. That being said, if you watch ball, like if you're actually watching the games, you know what this guy does for the Chargers. And some of the conversations around him are sort of embarrassing, but, you know, it's win or nothing culture. And that's, you know, he's got to own that. The team's got to own that, and they got to overcome that, or the criticism remains.
So, Jeff, hearing that you are a little bit more down on the Chargers this year, or at least that maybe they overachieved last year. 9.5 wins for the total this year. Taking the under?
Yeah, right now I'm taking the under. They won 11 last year, And when you go from 5 to 11, there's not really anything you're breaking down other than the total number and the accomplishment that is. But when you break down the 11, there was not a quality win. There were 2 wins against Denver, who, like, Denver's great and they're going to be awesome and they're on their way. Everything's looking up. It's not a knock, but like just based on like your thoughts going into last year, that's all. So they've got to, the schedule's harder. And if they're not going to find a way to beat quality opponents, that's going to hurt them. That being said, as a Charger fan, they just dummied inferior opponents. And it doesn't take a long memory to recall like instances throughout long stretches of Chargers history where the more inferior the opponent the Chargers played, the dumber the game felt at times. They played down. And last year under Jim Harbaugh, Jesse Minter on defense, that bad tier of quarterbacks, Jesse Minter dominated last year. So hopefully they don't give any up this year, and their floor is pretty high. The Herbert-Harbaugh combo, in my opinion, the floor is high. But the ceiling, it just feels unattainable. Between the receiving core you mentioned at the top, the lack of playmakers, already starting with a devastating injury. I don't want to bore anyone with picking holes into the defense, but the ceiling just seems absolutely impossible.
What's the biggest weakness, you think, Jeff, for the Bolts?
I don't really have like a glaring weakness, but if they don't develop other targets, the tight end room, that didn't take long. That took maybe the worst in the league. Since the Dolphins traded Jonnu Smith, and I don't know what they did there, they signed that crazy guy back out of retirement. I think it's a battle between the Dolphins and the Chargers for the worst tight end room in the league. But maybe as a son of the Antonio Gates era, having just been at his Hall of Fame induction, I've got to understand that the tight end room isn't what I want it to be under Jim Harbaugh. Maybe this is the tight end room they want. But for me, that just doesn't fly. It's worse than the receiving room. People want to bash that.
Yeah, I mean, my next question was kind of leading back into how bad the receiving room is. Ladd McConkey, 1,149 yards last year. Can I interest you in 1,250 receiving yards this year at 3-1, or potentially 1,500 at 14-1, just knowing that he's going to be the main target all season long?
Oh, like he's going to eat. Yes, Justin Herbert. Like without Justin Herbert, where would the Chargers be? But honestly, they won 11 games last year, and I don't know what would have happened to them if Ladd McConkey wasn't Ladd McConkey. He runs the purest routes. He can play inside. People don't think he can play outside. Watch the tape and what he does outside. So he can line up everywhere. Herbert's going to feed him. If you're in one of those, I'm not a fantasy guy at all, but if you're in one of those full point PPR situations, oh my God, this guy's going to be right there with Neighbors and Thomas. I mean that. Maybe just as much or more. So I'm all in on Ladd McConkey. That's where, that puts a smile on my face. There's doom and gloom in a lot of places, but oh my God, is he a pleasure.
I was listening to a podcast the other day, and the guy was talking about McConkey to lead the league in receiving. And I almost fell over because I hadn't heard it anywhere. Who's talking about that, right? If anything, we're talking about how limited the offense is or how controlled it is. There's a 40-1 out there, and I looked at it, and I got a little excited because the case was made. Intrigued at all by 40-1 Ladd to lead the league?
You know, if in a world where Rashawn Slater was at left tackle and Joe Alt was at right tackle, that giant Mekhi Becton was there, and it would Herbert could have just picked his poison throughout games. Now it just, I don't know, Sammy. I mean, guys, how about that? I've done the doom and gloom. Why don't you paint me the scenario where the Chargers overachieve or go over that 9.5? Because I've painted it where they are. And you tell me,
I have it
for me. Put it in
I have it. If Omari and Hampton is the best rookie running back in the NFL, they're a playoff team and they win 11 games. And I cash my offensive rookie of the year ticket at 15-1. That's how.
Yeah.
All right, I'll give another option. If KLS and Trey Harris are the Ladd McConkeys of this year.
Now you guys are just sucking up to me. It doesn't even like that. Yeah, like that. I'm smiling now.
If Patrick Mahomes rolls an ankle, if Bo Nix takes a step back, think about it. It's all possible, baby.
I can't wait. Today was the first morning. It's crispy outside. I got long sleeves on. Like, it's coming. And I'll be fired up. That game 1 in Brazil. I know I sort of like gave like the fanboy perspective, but it wasn't positive. And I'm not the outlook. I think last year they overachieved. And I think Washington also, like, to a bigger extent. So we'll see now. I don't think Washington's got the Chargers' problems, but we'll see how these sort of teams did that went from nothing to double digits.
We're talking with Jeff Feinberg here on Bet Sweats. Jeff, you have your Toronto Blue Jays hat on. Are you concerned at all about the Vladdy injury yesterday?
You know, it's just at the moment, no. But you know, if he needs a couple weeks, he needs a couple weeks. It's all like still a bit setting in. No, I'm not concerned yet. But if it's like long term, I'd be really concerned. Nothing can concern me when, like, you know, I just wanted them to compete for a playoff spot. Now they're 20 games over 500. Like, nothing can bring me down. Maybe Vladdy getting hurt would bring me down, but no. Like, just the ups and downs of the season. Let's go. Let's hold off the Red Sox. I'm pretty fired up about it. And the Yanks. Yeah.
So the last 2 nights of Bet Bash, I'm around, naturally, Canadians that like to party like me. And I kid you not, I was invited not once, not twice, but 3 times I got invited to watch the ALCS in Toronto. And I'm thinking, oh, perfect. Let's just set the expectation there at ALCS. That's where the Blue Jays fans are, though, buddy. That's where you guys are right now.
Yeah, I mean, yes. That's where they are, which is exciting, and that's a good thing. That being said, like, trying to get one of those first 2 spots is what it's about. You got to miss the wild card round. And Detroit is like a 3.5, 4 hour drive from a lot of us. So yes, we are thinking about how fun it would be to like go to playoff games in Detroit. But Vladdy, Bo, they've never won a playoff game. I'm not talking about a series. I'm talking about a game. They got swept by the Mariners at home in the wild card round, and then they got swept by the Twins at home in a wild card round. And then didn't make the playoffs last year. So it's almost like a Herbert situation when the playoffs will start this year and someone like Vladdy goes out and doesn't win a playoff game again. And as fun as this season is, the second those playoffs start, those are the questions. Even if the season's been a great success and an overachievement.
Jeff, 2 minutes left here. Favorite meal that you shared with GRP?
It's probably the Chicago beef. Just, you know, that's sort of like the thing that hits for me, and we don't have anything like that in Toronto. You know, I can go have great breakfasts in Toronto, but George is all class, and he owns it. Like, he owns his shtick. It was truly it was nice. I got stuck at customs coming home. I got pulled aside, having to explain to a border enforcement agent about what I was doing in Chicago for a day and a half. What were you doing there? Went to meet up with a friend. How long have you known the friend? A couple years. How did you meet them? The internet. She's going through my gym bag. I was there for a day and a half. I start telling her the story. About 90 seconds in, I cut myself off. I go, ma'am, I can tell you more, but it only gets weirder. And not like that. If that could have been on film, people would have been falling over. She saw I obviously had nothing. I think it was like a random check, but she got to hear about GRP too. So that was the highlight of the trip for me.
Final minute here. The biggest question I need you to answer is, would you ever let him cook you a steak?
Yeah. I would. I would. I've seen he's already, they already turned him into a meme.
Look at if you're watching. He goes, I think I may have put too many coals in there, Jeff. The grill is on fire.
George, it's all class. It was all class. It was all class.
Hey, George is entertaining to say the least, and you gotta love that piece about him. Jeff, appreciate you taking the time. Good luck to your Blue Jays going forward, your Chargers as well. We'll talk to you down the road.
All the best, guys. Thank you.
That's Jeff Feinberg of Odds Checkers and the Hammer Network. We'll turn our attention to the WNBA. Big card tonight. We'll talk about that next here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
College football week 0. We talked about it a little earlier in the show. If you missed any of that, you can go back and listen on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts in podcast form. We'll continue that conversation about 20 minutes from now when we talk to Brad Powers, get his thoughts on quite a few week 0 and week 1 games. But for now, let's do a little WNBA. We have a full card today, Sam, in the W, and we haven't talked a whole lot about the WNBA over the last couple of days, even last week. Caitlin Clark's still out for the Fever. They don't play tonight, but I mean, I'm under the belief, Sam, that she's not coming back this season. Their head coach, Stephanie White, said the hope is to get her back before the playoffs, but they're still kind of waiting to see on a few things. I don't think she's coming back at all this season unless the Fever make an extremely deep playoff run and maybe she's ready to go by the time the semis or the finals roll around. But other than that, I think you keep her healthy for the rest of the season or off the floor and getting healthier. That way she can come back next season and be fully healthy. But I mean, kind of a shame. Caitlin Clark not playing over the last month or so, and all of the numbers on Caitlin Clark, anyone who had MVP tickets, Fever Championship tickets, things like that, you can kind of, well, at least for MVP, you can kind of rip those things up.
That's how I feel. I have to log into an account every morning that has Fever plus 450 to win the title at the very top, and it is not fun to see every day. And look, injuries are not an excuse, but I'll make it one. If she's out there, they could.
In that sense.
I mean, that's when she got hurt the first time in the regular season, and it floated up to plus 450. And I said, look, I'm going to buy some. And now you look at BetMGM, and they are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on the board. 6th shortest odds. They want you to bet the Fever now. Here's 16-1. BetMGM. Go ahead. We'll give it to you. Here's your hope that Caitlin Clark comes back. She comes back, though, there's no guarantee that she's going to play well or be efficient. So, yeah, I mean, that goes without being said. Bad bet, not going to win. But I also, at this point, I feel like I can readily say no to any more. I don't need more Fever stock. I know they're not winning the title. I'm hopeful that maybe they could get this miraculous good news and the whole team will suddenly get healthy. But you look the other day, I'm flying back from Vegas and Sophie Cunningham gets hurt and her knee goes the wrong direction. So it's just been a weird year in every way for them. Can't stay on the court, never found the rhythm together. And now they're 16-1. But, you know, it looks like we're going to be on a crash course for Minnesota and New York. And ironically enough, they play today. And I saw a big blitz on New York. So Minnesota overnight opened up -1. And now the Liberty are out to 3 and 3.5. BetMGM has 3.5 there. Big move to the Liberty tonight.
Yeah, I think part of that, Sam, is that Nafisa Collier is a game time decision to come back for the first time in weeks since her leg injury or foot injury. I don't think she's going to come back. I think that's where that movement comes from, is someone was tipped off that Collier is not making her return tonight in New York. And so all of a sudden that line moves a couple more points, which would make complete sense. She's a player that's worth a couple points to the spread. So I don't have anything in that game tonight. The Liberty, or the Lynx rather, have beaten the Liberty all 3 times they've played this season, but Collier was in for those games. So I'm staying off this one altogether. The Aces and Dream game tonight is very intriguing, Sam, because those have been 2 of the hottest teams in the league over the past couple of weeks. Dream have won 4 of their last 5. Aces have won 6 straight. So they finally started to figure things out a little. We've been waiting for that point to come all season long. And when I was on with PJ last week hosting Bet Sweats, we talked about the championship price for the Las Vegas Aces. That was 27-1. I want to say Tuesday or Wednesday, whenever PJ and I were chatting about that, it's down to Aces plus 950. So while, yes, the Lynx and the Liberty, those are the 2 best teams in the league right now. The Liberty are still without Brianna Stewart. They need her if they're going to win a title this year. She'll be back at some point this season. I'm not concerned about that. But I think there are teams that you could look at. And of course, I mean, I say 27-1 as of last week for the Aces. So you've kind of missed the mark on that number. But plus 950, 9-1 for the Atlanta Dream. I would still consider those two teams, specifically the Atlanta Dream. They just got Ryan Howard back a little bit ago. They've been really consistent all season long. So if anyone listening doesn't want to take the Lynx or the Liberty at those prices and wants to go for someone a little bit further down the board, I think those two are teams that I would consider.
You have me excited because I'm scrolling through BetMGM now and I see they have the Aces at 14-1 to win the title.
That.
I would much rather have the 14 than the 950 10-1. So there's your market right here, MGM. Lynx 135, Liberty 165, Mercury 8-1, Dream 10, Aces 14, Fever 16, which I am not betting. A couple other injury notes. You mentioned Collier. My screen says unlikely to play tonight, so you nailed that one. Angel Reese, questionable tonight. I saw that number this morning and thought, okay, she's either not playing or not healthy. Not going to lie, haven't watched a lot of W in the last 10 days. And then tomorrow, Arika Ogunbowale, questionable to play for Dallas against Los Angeles. And we see the Sparks open up about 7.5. So I look at this list, Kate. It's wild to me. Like, here's the national injury list. Collier, Reese, Ogunbowale, Clark, Stewart, Cunningham, Samuelson, Vandersloot. You're like, all these players are hurt.
Yeah, injuries have been a big deal in the W this year, and a lot of that criticism goes to the officiating. I mean, even Sophie Cunningham's sister and mom were calling out the officials after the hard foul on Sophie that kind of took her knee out. I mean, that's what a lot of the players are chalking it up to. Is that accurate? I don't know for certain, but we have seen a lot of star players go down this year, which is what's kind of made it really hard to handicap the W this year, Sam. A lot of people that I've talked to that have been handicapping WNBA for the last couple of years and have been very successful at it have said that this has been the most difficult season that they've had. I don't know too many people that are winning right now betting the WNBA, myself included. It's been a very tough season in terms of my win percentage for the W. But I mean, it's just kind of take the ups and downs as they go. I think the market is also getting a little bit sharper within WNBA because more people are watching it. It's becoming a little bit more mainstream, so the lines aren't quite as soft as they were 2-3 years ago. Speaking of the Chicago Sky and Angel Reese being a game time decision, I mean, the Storm are laying 11.5 on the road. This Chicago Sky team is awful. Their offense just cannot operate at all, and that would change a little bit if Angel Reese is back tonight. But they put up 59 points the other night in a full WNBA game, 62, 70, 65 of their last 4 games. I mentioned this play yesterday in Lightning Bets, and the number wasn't quite out yet. And it's much higher than I thought it should be. I think I said 68, 69 for the total for Chicago. Their team total, 73.5 is a number that I'm looking at right now. I'm going to take the under on Chicago. I'm going to fade this team. Even if Reese is back, like, it's going to look clunky getting her back into the swing of things. I don't have any faith in Chicago, so I'm going to play the under on their team total tonight. Plus, the Storm are the best defensive team, or at least top 5 defensive team in the league. I don't know what they're at the current moment.
So, yeah, that total opened 154, and it got bet up 4.5 points, which, look, I'm not a WNBA handicapper, nor am I going to pretend to play one. But if you tell me that Reese is probably not going to play and the total is moving up, it appears to me that they think the Storm could name their score. And that's, sort of roped into the fact that Seattle is a double-digit road favorite. And that's the one thing that Reese has always had, the defensive intensity, the ability to block or negate shots, to win the wars on the Windex and all that. So when you see a line go from 154 to 158, that is clearly a respected play from somebody or some group, but it doesn't really excite me to bet Chicago to have offensive success. It's just the market is basically saying, all right, Seattle's going to win and win decidedly and probably just blow them out, which would explain line move, or the total move, from 154 to 158. Because if Reese isn't out there, obviously the offense takes a hit, the putbacks take a hit, all the offensive rebounds takes a hit, but the defense takes a hit. And how does Chicago stop Seattle if one of their best defenders is out? That's the question that I would ask you, and I think you've already explained it. You're looking more, though, shorting Chicago's offense than backing Seattle's, right?
Yeah. Seattle's offense is inconsistent at best. Their defense is not. Their defense comes to play game in and game out, especially on the road. Their defense is actually pretty good on the road. 95-57 win over Chicago last time these two teams played. There was no Reese in there for Chicago, no Ariel Atkins, and the Storm did shoot really well. Almost 54% from the field, 45% from three. So, I would imagine that regresses a little bit, but I still don't have a whole lot of faith in this Chicago offense. So instead of taking the full game total and needing Seattle to do a lot of the heavy lifting in this one, I'm just going to take the Sky to not have a whole lot of success on offense at all in this game. One other game, Sam, just to touch on really quick, the Valkyries and Mercury. Valkyries have been really good at home all season. They're kind of a fade on the road, obviously depending on situation and lineups and injuries and all of that. But 6.5 for Phoenix on the road. I may look at Golden State here with this being a little home court advantage for them. Golden State has one of the best home courts in the league because those fans are so excited there. So that's another lean for me, not an official play, but something I'm looking at for the Valkyries taking the points.
Golden State getting 6.5, huh? There's a lot of conviction in your voice on that one. I know you said it's not an official play, but I could sense it that we're going to somehow end up on Golden State tonight.
Get there? I think we might. We might have to. It's moving in favor of the Mercury, though. Open 5.5.
Yeah, so what? Who cares?
6.5 now. Yeah, I don't care. All right. Lightning bets. We'll see if we get there for Golden State. Coming up on the other side, Brad Powers joins us to discuss week 1 in college football. We'll get his best bets next here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
College football week 0, just days away, kicking things off in Ireland on Saturday. We talked about it a little bit earlier. You got Sam and I's take on that game, as well as a couple others. But to get even some more insight, we're going to bring in Brad Powers. You can catch his work over at Covers, also does college football power rankings. Brad, appreciate you taking the time to join us today. Not wasting any time here, diving into week 0. Iowa State, Kansas State in Ireland. Is there any major edge that you see for either of these two teams that tells you they could cover the line?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't bet it yet, believe it or not. And you're talking to a guy that's made over 200 bets this offseason already, and this is not one of the games. I think 3 is a very fair number. I would be interested in an Iowa State if it went back to 3.5, but it'd still be a small bet, not a big one for me. I think most actionable for me would be because it's a week 0 game, it's a conference game. I would be interested to see if there's any adjustments in the Big 12 futures after this game, because there's not much separating the top 4 or 5 teams in the league. I think these are 2 of the 5 teams that have a realistic chance of winning it. Is there a book that's a little slow to the trigger to adjust after this game? Because I'd like to see, actually wouldn't mind even playing the loser if they dropped a real low in some of the futures markets. But if a team really impresses me, like a Kansas State, maybe I haven't bet them yet to win the Big 12, man, that's a good feather in their cap to start off 1-0 and basically a toss-up game.
You told me in either March or April that Penn State was going to be your highest power-rated team. And you were the first person to say that. And I told Joe that on the show months ago. And he went, pah. Well, everybody's got a number 1, right? I mean, you were first through the wall on that one. And it's almost a weird situation because you said it first and now everybody's saying it. Does that make you like it more or less now that everybody agrees with you?
I still got him number 1, but yeah, I don't like when everybody agrees with me because, if I was so smart, with all due respect, I probably wouldn't be doing this show. But yeah, they have the least amount of question marks just on paper. When you go through the roster, what they have coming back, the talent, the experience, why not them being number 1? However, even though they weren't priced in the futures market as the number 1 team in the country, and I had them number 1, back 6 months ago, old BP didn't go out and make a bet for Penn State to win it all. Why? Why didn't I make that bet? Well, the trust factor. I don't have a lot of confidence in James Franklin or Drew Aller going out there and winning 3-4 big games in a row when they can barely win 1 big game in a row. Sorry, I'm not counting the playoff wins against SMU and Boise when they're a double-digit favorite, but yeah, right now they're still number 1. I still think they're pretty much a shoo-in to make the playoffs. We'll see. We'll see if they can win some big games for a change.
Brad, you have the Play Like a Champion Today hat on. That tells me you might be a Notre Dame fan. Where do you have them power rated? And are they good enough to win a couple games and get over the hump of being a national champion this year?
Well, I am a Notre Dame fan, but I wear a bunch of different hats. I think I had an Alabama hat on the last show I did. But as far as the Fighting Irish go, I think they're a legit national title contender. Haven't been able to say that too often in the last 30 years. I thought last year's team was their best team legitimately in the last 30 years. And I think this year's team, if you just go through the roster, probably better and deeper than last year's team. However, one caveat being the all-important position of quarterback. Haven't loved what I've heard out of fall camp. I think I would give the slight edge to Kenny Minchie, which is a pretty big shock that he might be the starter game one over CJ Carr, because coming out of spring, you thought it was CJ Carr's definite job to lose. I think it just basically comes down to this. The quarterback can't get him beat. I mean, as long as they go out there, distribute the ball, the guys like Jeremiah Love, the best running back in the country. I think the wide receiver position is the best Notre Dame's had in 5+ years. Offensive line's one of the top 5 offensive lines in the country. Defense is right there. As long as the quarterback's not turning it over a bunch, they're gonna be favored in every game. The problem with Notre Dame though this year is their 2 toughest games are their first 2 games, and that's not the great way to break in an inexperienced quarterback. But I'm telling you right now, if they beat Miami in game 1, I mean they're already a touchdown plus favorite against Texas A&M in the second game. I mean they'll be a double-digit favorite in every other game. I mean you could pretty much book their playoff tickets if they beat Miami on that opening Sunday night.
If they get through my guy Carson Beck, which I like this.
He's your guy.
Is there? Well, at 37-1, he was to win the Heisman. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, that's a good price.
That's all it was. I was like, oh, that number is not right. And now he's a lot lower. But I don't need to tell you about price sensitivity. Is there a quarterback or two that you just can't wait to watch this season? That's an easy question for me to ask. I don't know if it's easy to answer.
Oh, wow. We go really in the weeds, but I'll keep it at the very top of the sport. Arch Manning. I think he's going to be good. Let's see if he's going to be generational like everyone's saying he is. And the good thing about that, don't have to wait too long. Noon on an opening Saturday in Columbus, Ohio. Give us a really good idea of what he can be this year. And I'll use the quarterback on the opposing sidelines of that game. I want to see what Julian Sayin looks like, because it's not like he was a dominant, easily won the job in fall camp this year. So, and I think he's going to be all right, but he's also, I watched their spring game and they got him listed 6'1". I'm telling you right now, he's 5'11 and a half. I wish, I could get their athletic department to list my height and weight if they're going to give him that big of an edge, because he's pretty short for a Buckeye quarterback to see over their offensive line, and we'll see against a really good defense. So those are the 2 guys I'm most excited to see right out of the gates and see who can live up to expectations.
Texas is plus 2.5 underdogs on the road in that game. Have you bet anything, whether it's side or total, in that one?
Yeah, I bet both side and total. I lean towards the Buckeyes. I just think in almost every market this offseason, Texas is being overpriced due to the Arch Manning factor. But what I do prefer, and there's been a big move on the total towards the under, I love the under in the game. Again, 2 young, inexperienced quarterbacks feeling themselves out against 2 good defenses. Early start time is a factor for me as well. The first half under also would I think is worthy of a play, but keep in mind the total's down like 3 points. I might have had something to do with it.
Yeah, we know you did. What'd you get? 50 and a half?
Yep.
Yeah, I bet you did. Yeah. See, when I asked about quarterbacks, I thought for sure you were going to say Gio Lopez at North Carolina.
That was one of the names that crossed my mind. You talking about trying to live up to expectations, the whole North Carolina program at Belichick. I have my doubts there, especially when you have to go out and get Gio Lopez post-spring to come in and be your starting quarterback. I mean, I liked him everything is relative. I liked him as a South Alabama quarterback. As a North Carolina quarterback, not so much. I'm a Horned Frogs backer in that opener.
The Big 12, Brad, is kind of wide open or open for the taking this year. Is there any team in the Big 12 that you think can separate themselves or that you would take based on price to win that conference?
Boy, right now, I think, there was some early value in Utah, obviously, a much improved team. There's probably some early value on Texas Tech because it wasn't being priced in the fact that they have one of the best transfer portal classes. I could argue that both of those teams are overpriced now. I mean, if this market was just opening up now, I want to fade those two teams. So the most recent bets I made are the two teams that are the highest in my power ratings and aren't necessarily being priced that way in a lot of the futures markets in the Big 12. That's being Arizona State, the defending champs, who brings back everybody but Cam Scadaboo. But I'm a big Kenny Dillingham fan. I think he's legit. I don't think that wasn't a flash in the pan last year. I think they're here to stay. And Kansas State, a team that, again, I think probably beats Iowa State. And after week 0, they're going to be the favorites in the Big 12.
I want to go back to a tweet that you sent in early June of this year. You clipped a scouting report for Cal, the Golden Bears, and you wrote Cal ... yikes with 3 exclamation points. Now, you didn't tell me to bet that, but I did bet under 5.5 pretty well and got a good number. Now, the juice has moved a bit. For those that don't know what's been going on at Cal, can you just kind of take us through the situation with Wilcox and Ron Rivera and how chaotic it's become?
Well, it's been pretty chaotic for them for about 5 years, going back to COVID. They weren't even allowed to work out in their weight room facility. They had to work out on the stadium, on the field is where they had to move their workout room. That's what they were dealing with during not just 1 year, 2020, but 2021 as well during COVID. Flash forward, there's just discombobulation is probably the word to use as far as the athletic hierarchy. I mean, you got these GMs and head coaches, a lot of programs, the head coach is still number one over the GM. With Cal, I'm not getting that feeling. The feeling is Ron Rivera, the new GM, oversees Wilcox, the head coach, and has more power. Look, I mean, a lot of it's speculative, but I don't need speculation to see what happened to them post-spring, where Jay Knott, best offensive player, transferred out. Their tight end, Jack Endries, went to Texas, one of the better tight ends in the country. They lost their entire running back room. I don't like Cal in the ACC, period. I mean, you don't have to be, Einstein to figure out traveling across the country 5-6 times a year is not going to work out for you, especially when you got a roster overhaul. And, oh, yeah, by the way, let's talk current. I don't like them starting a true freshman quarterback, which just got announced. He's talented, but I don't like it. So I think they lose all important game 1. I got a lot riding on that game. Cal under 5.5 wins, Oregon State over, Oregon State in the game. And I think they lose that week 1 game against Oregon State. I think we'll be looking at the end of the year for a new Cal coach. And I like Wilcox, but as that paragraph said, Wilcox should go DC somewhere else and just leave this job because it's a mess.
We're talking college football with Brad Powers. Brad, over in the SEC, Alabama just lost their starting running back. How big of a loss is that in terms of how you view this team, and just in Caleb DeBoer's second season altogether?
Yeah, running back position doesn't really move the needle that much anymore, unless it's Ashton Genty at Boise State or Jeremiah Love Notre Dame, and even then, I mean, not moving it too much as far as I'm concerned, but didn't really touch their power rating yet to see how much of an impact that could be. I'm an Alabama buyer. I've probably got more at stake as far as Alabama in the futures markets, whether it be win total, SEC conference, national championship future, Heisman. I bet Ty Simpson. I have as much riding on Alabama as any team. And, oh, yeah, by the way, I like them pretty big over Florida State in week 1. So I am going to give Kalen DeBoer, a mulligan for what happened last year. Year 1 in a new, completely different area of the country he's never been in. So there had to be an adjustment period. I like Ryan Grubbs back as the OC, his right-hand man throughout his career. I think the offense is much improved. And if we're just talking a roster, it's as good of a roster as anywhere in the country, and wasn't necessarily priced like that at the beginning of this offseason.
I had to laugh the other day because my teammate at Fox, Joel Klatt, says Illinois a couple of weeks ago or maybe a month ago is the number 1 most likely team to make the playoff for the first time. That's a mouthful, right? Then he puts his first college football playoff bracket out and Illinois is not in the 12. And I'm like, what just happened? I thought they were going to make it and now they're not. Maybe he saw the win total 7.5 and wisened up, huh?
Yeah, I mean, Illinois is a team that, just a classic. Won 10 games last year, brings everybody back this year. I think 16 returning starters. You saw them in the AP poll, priced as high as they've ever been, at least in recent memory in the AP poll. They scream like a team that probably should only been a 7-win team last year. They're 5-0 in one score games. They scream overrated to me. And they also have a very tricky schedule at Duke, USC, at Indiana, all in the month of September. This could be a team that has 3 losses by the end of September. So I think Illinois is overrated in the markets. You can bet under 8.5 right now at a few spots.
Brad, post Travis Hunter, Shedeur Sanders era in Colorado, what should we be looking forward to, if anything?
Yeah, no surprise here. I'm pretty anti-Colorado. I think the second time in 3 years, the very first bet I made this college football season was fading Colorado, win total under. They had 2 top 10 talents, at least in college football, led by the Heisman Trophy and Travis Hunter and Shedeur, who was great in college, highly productive. I don't see I'm not a big believer of what they got coming back. I also thought they were fortunate last year. If you looked at their schedule, you thought, they got to play Utah. They got to play Oklahoma State. We're talking about 2 teams that were preseason Big 12 favorites, and they ended up being 2 of the worst teams in the Big 12. And then teams like Arizona State, Iowa State, they don't play. The 2 teams that end up playing for the Big 12 championship. So I thought they were a really fortunate team last year. They won on a Hail Mary against Baylor. So fraudulent team record last year, lose 2 superstars. I don't like the recruiting. It's constant transfer portal. You can't hit on the portal every single year. I don't think Colorado makes a bowl game this year. That's how much I think they're going down as far as the win total.
Yeah, it could be a very rough season for Buffalo fans. Brad, appreciate you taking the time to join us. Thanks for all the insight. We'll be talking to you plenty throughout the season, I'm sure. Have a great rest of your day.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
You got to,
Brad
Kate,
Power.
by the way, got to check out the Brad Powers guide, which you can find on his website. It is an investment that I make every single year. The college football guide, tremendous stuff. BradPowersports.com.
Love it. Coming up on the other side, we'll touch a little bit more on college football, the SP Plus rankings. Plus, the Colts have named their starting quarterback. Who is that? We'll tell you next here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
Kate Constable, Sam Panayotovich here with you on Bet Sweats. 20 minutes from now, we wrap up the show with our lightning bets. We'll tell you where you were putting our money today. Sam, the Indianapolis Colts just put their season in the hands of Daniel Jones. He's been announced as the starter for this upcoming season. Anthony Richardson, the quarterback that they knew was going to be a project and maybe take a couple years to really grow and flourish. Yeah, he's going to start the season on the sidelines. I thought they should have started Richardson this season. I think it's going to be tough to build that kid's confidence and growth with him sitting on the sidelines when they drafted him very high, knowing he only played 14 college football games. So now it almost seems like he's getting punished for not being where he should be. And granted, like there were some glaring issues last year, most notably him taking himself out of the game. Where are you at with the Daniel Jones starting for the Colts?
I'd like to just start by reading off some players that the Colts could have taken if they didn't go Richardson for. I know this isn't a fair game half the time because hindsight is always 20/20, but just a couple names maybe that the Colts would have liked to have had right now. How about Witherspoon went 5th to Seattle? Bijan Robinson goes 8th to Atlanta. Jalen Carter 9th to Philly. Darnell Wright 10th to Chicago. Peter Skoronski 11th to Tennessee. Jahmyr Gibbs 12th to Detroit. And Paul's favorite, Jackson Smith and Jigba 20th to Seattle. Zay Flowers 22 to Baltimore. Jordan Addison, 23 to Minnesota. I know we could play this game all day with a lot of different teams, but the fact that they passed on Bijan Robinson, Jalen Carter, Jahmyr Gibbs, it's just funny. And now you're 2 years removed because this is the 2023 draft. We just had the 2025 draft. They already have not moved on, but they want to see what they have from a guy who's on his 3rd team in the last calendar year. Not a good sign. Not great. And I honestly don't think it matters. I think they stink either way.
That's what I was going to say.
So, okay, Daniel Jones beats out Richardson. The drop-off to me from a point perspective is about 1.5. Like, there's not a big drop-off either way. And you could make the case that maybe there is no drop-off, but this changes nothing for me. I think this team is a disaster in 2025.
Yeah, I mean, starting Anthony Richardson over Daniel Jones or vice versa was not one of those quarterbacks was not making them a contender in this division more so than the other. So it's kind of a wash. I mean, we'll see how Daniel Jones' season goes. If he's not performing early on, I think they yank him, go to Richardson. It might just be, I mean, not the way to do it, but a back and forth season, a quarterback carousel type of deal. But Daniel Jones, nonetheless, goes from the Giants to back up at the Vikings, back to a starter with the Indianapolis Colts. So see how the season shakes out for good old DJ. Sam, going back over to college football. And we will talk about a couple other NFL storylines and notes in this segment. ESPN posted the SP Plus rankings, which is kind of a predictive, adjusted measure of college football efficiency, kind of predicts the most sustainable, predictable aspects of football. So it takes away resume, all of that type of stuff, and it re-ranks the teams. So Ohio State, the top ranked teams amongst or for this SP Plus rankings. Alabama, number 2, which is a little crazy. Georgia, number 3. Penn State, 4. Texas, 5. What stands out to you the most?
I can't believe Ohio State's number 1. That's where I'd like to start, ironically enough, right at the top. So I have Ohio State as one of the top 5 teams in the country from a talent perspective. But I think we just assume that the guys that Ohio State lost in the draft will just be replaced. No big deal. They lost 14 players to the NFL draft, and 7 of those guys went in the first 2 rounds. Oh, by the way, their starting quarterback, Will Howard, went very late in the draft, but they had more guys drafted last year than Georgia. And I know the rich usually replenish, and it's easy to, get excited about what Ohio State has, but number 1 in the country in this number? No, I'm not there. There's also a bunch of pressure on this quarterback, who, granted, was a 5-star recruit, committed to Alabama, then Saban retired, so Saban transfers to Ohio State. He's a redshirt freshman. He's barely played, and now he has to go against that Texas defense and Arch Manning in week number 1. And I just think that's a lot to ask of a kid who's never done it before. And you look at their win total, for example. Ohio State's win total is 10.5. If they lose that first game, which is very possible, very, very possible, they've got to go 11-0 to beat you if you go under. And I was looking this morning. BetMGM has Ohio State under 10.5 minus 140. I'm not saying that they're not good. You just look at the path for them. They have a couple coin flip games down the stretch, one against Penn State, one against Michigan. This is not an easy schedule for the most part. And if you think Saban is going to just get dropped in and thrive, I got news for you. A lot of these youngsters don't right away. It takes time. It takes half a season to get ready to go. They're loaded at receiver. They've got a really good defense, but they also lost both coordinators. They lose Chip Kelly on offense and Jimmy Knowles on defense and have to start a redshirt freshman quarterback. The talent is there, but I need to see the production before I get too excited.
I mean, on the win total, like Penn State, everyone's all high on Penn State this year for very good reason. This could be the year that James Franklin actually beats Ohio State. I mean, I likely won't be betting on that. I'm not sure I believe that yet. But for the most part, the public seems to think that Penn State has a great shot at doing so this year. They also haven't beat Michigan in the last 4 seasons?
Mm-hmm.
I think the under on the win total is probably the smarter play. Here's a really interesting one, Sam, that you actually asked Brad Powers, who was on with us last segment, about is Illinois. Number 12 in the polls, the AP, the coaches poll, 27th in the SP plus, which means everyone who's
wrong.
kind of,
Somebody's wrong.
Illinois went 5-1 in 1-score games last year. That you would think kind of adjusts itself a little bit, and obviously that means most likely more losses. So I would be more inclined to say Illinois should be ranked around 27th versus number 12.
Right. I agree with you. And Brad actually has them 27th too. I have his guide up right here, which again is just such a great study guide for the test. He's got them 6 behind USC. He's got USC 21 and Illinois 27. This S&P has USC 21 and Illinois 27. I wonder if the S&P was taking a peek at our guy's guide that's been out much longer than the S&P rankings have, wink, wink, because Brad put this guide out weeks ago. I think it is interesting, though, because, we all have these opinions and these power ratings based a lot on what happened last year, and then we try and assess the portal and try and assess what these talented youngsters are going to do. And it doesn't always work out that way. So another example of disparity is, the polls right now. Where do the polls have Texas? Right at the top. Well, the S&P has them 5th. The polls are higher on Clemson. The S&P has Clemson number 10. So we're going to have so many different systems and ratings and understandings of what these teams might be or could be. The real truth, probably the 1st of October with a lot of these teams. But I think Clemson, S&P has them 10th. I think Clemson's a top 4 team in the country. AP top 25, number 4. Coaches have them 6. My numbers have them as like the 5th best team in the country. So look, we're all going to argue around the top 10. We're going to interchange a lot of these programs. But I think the biggest disagreement that I have is putting Ohio State number 1 in the S&P. They just won the national championship. Everybody knows how well they recruit, but they lost so much and have to replace a lot of production. And that's an early game against Texas they could very easily lose. And then what do? What do you drop them then? So they go from number 1, then we overreact and go, oh, well, now they're number 7 when they really should be number 2 or 3. It's just wild how the rankings work to me.
So do you put any more weight in these types of rankings versus the AP, the coaches, or do you just kind of disregard that altogether and focus on your numbers?
I like the S&P in a vacuum a little bit more because it's based more on power ratings. But I have such a strong disagreement with some of these rankings that S&P is like an adjusted measure of efficiency, according to Bill Connolly. That's what he calls it. So they're early season rankings based on all the info that he has coming in. So it's very similar to like a power rating system, but he doesn't use a lot of the Vegas line. He obviously is aware of it and he understands it, but I like Vegas power ratings more than these computerized projections. They're similar in a lot of ways, but then we drop the gloves, to use a boxing analogy, and maybe what we perceived or what we thought isn't reality. So I try not to make too many bets based off of preseason power rankings because the rankings are very likely to be off. I think it's more important how you assess your rankings in the first month or so, because you'll eventually get to the right number. Vegas will, the power ratings guys will, I think Bill Connolly will. But there's a lot of guessing and a lot of posturing going on before any of the games are played.
I think Oklahoma's kind of interesting here at 15th, whereas coaches poll, AP poll, I want to say in one of them, they didn't even crack the top 20. And Oklahoma, according to this, strength of schedule wise, toughest schedule in the nation, but yet still ranked 15th. I'm kind of high on Oklahoma this year. I haven't bet anything on them yet, Sam, and I really want to, but then I look at that schedule and I'm like, oh, probably not. I might have to.
I think you should. I think you stick to your guns. So Connolly's got them 15th. Powers has them 14th. And, the polls are not nearly as high, which is okay. I think the polls are very misleading. I mean, to have Illinois 12 is just silly. So
anyone who's watched college football over the last decade, like Illinois should never be 12.
No, not coming into a season, especially when they were very, very fortunate to finish the way they finished last year. But I mean, you would ask which systems do I respect more? It's definitely power ratings than what coaches and voters say. Not that voters are going to be way off the mark, but there are some teams like Arizona State 11, Illinois 12, Oklahoma 18, Indiana 20, Boise 25. Like, I disagree with all of those, and maybe I'm wrong, but the best part is we'll play about 2-3 weeks, and we will know a lot more than we do now. This is a way to sell magazines and to get clicks and to draw up clicks on Instagram and TikTok. We have an idea. We have a decent starting point, but we don't really know for sure until we see a handful of games.
Fair. Let's go back over to the NFL. We just talked about Daniel Jones being named the Colts starter for week 1. Other news around the league. We also touched on Matthew Stafford earlier in the show. Sam, he practiced today. Think that's a good sign. Not a good enough sign to make me want to run and back LA, the Rams at all. I think there's still plenty of question marks there. Cam Ward, Titans quarterback, rookie, first number 1 overall, doesn't have a passing touchdown this preseason. I don't think that's all that concerning. It's the preseason, but expectations for Cam Ward going into this year, like, I don't know, does that turn you off of him at all?
Not really. I'm actually a little bit higher on Tennessee than most people, and that's because I believe in the Callahans. Could be well off on that. I actually, if we could toss to Paul for a second, I see Paul's in the rundown right here, and I'm going to highlight the same thing, Paul. Trevor Lawrence is looking good, buddy, in Liam Cohen's system. How excited are you?
Sam, I've quit the Jags. Like, I've quit. And so this is like but they keep trying to bring me back in. But I talk about sticking your guns. I have to I got to stay on the sidelines for this. And what was it? Aaron Schatz the other day saying, you know what? We're actually higher on the Jags. And I'm like, I can't do this.
The Jags
again,
are my team.
This is going to be the year. This is the year it all happens, right? Terrible.
You have to be a part of it. You have to, not even a taste, not even a little taste.
Come on,
Okay,
Paul.
well,
Jump back on.
okay, I was thinking about this. This is what I want to do to Joe when he comes back, okay? Because, like, there's been, like, Carolina week 1 over the offseason. It's moved off to 3. It may have been at 3.5 at one point, and now it's down to 2.5. I think we have to convince Joe to bet to do Jags week 1 Survivor. Because he's a never Jags guy. That's my plan for the next 2 weeks. That'll be my Jags angle.
All right, that's enough, Jags. Yeah,
Now we're back.
I like it. I love the Jags this year. I think they're winning that division.
Kate,
I
you're
love
going to
them.
get hurt. You're going to get hurt.
I know I
I'm just
will.
telling you. It's a
I
toxic relationship, and you're going to get hurt. But good luck.
That sounds like you've been in for quite some time. I'm glad you got out, Paul. Good for you.
For now.
Coming up on the next other side.
Jags about to
Best
text
Bet
Paul
Lightning
you up.
Bets. Wrap up the show.
Yes.
Coming up on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
Wrapping things up here on Bet Sweats. Got a couple different pieces of breaking news in the last half hour or so. I mean, John Wall is announcing his retirement. I saw that and I thought Bradley Beal, and I thought Bradley Beal just made this whole fuss about leaving the Suns. John Wall just announced he is retiring from the NBA. Five-time All-Star, 11-year career, #1 overall pick in the 2010 draft. John Wall is done playing basketball. That is the breaking news that is coming out of the NBA right now, Sam. We have some other news in the NFL, most notably the YouTube broadcast. Chiefs-Chargers, Week 1, it's going to feature Rich Eisen, which is phenomenal after the SportsCenter spot last night. We can talk about that in a sec. Kurt Warner, Stacey Dales, and Destroying, who is a creator of some sort, a YouTuber. I had to look this up because I'm not familiar with his work. A content creator, which that's kind of cool. Like the game on YouTube, creators kind of originated on YouTube, so it's an ode to that a little bit. Apparently, he kicked at Central Florida and spent some time in the UFL. 6.3 million subscribers on YouTube for the Destroying. But he's going to be the sideline reporter for one of them. For Week 1, Chiefs-Chargers on YouTube.
Can't wait to watch this on mute. That's where I'm at. Although I do like Rich and Kurt Warner. Stacey Dales had a moment. I don't know if anybody heard this during the Bears' first preseason game. It was wild. She was asking Luther Burden, she was asking Roma Dunze about Luther Burden being like, you saw it, right? Okay, all right. So I have to paint this the right way.
Yes, go for it.
Well, she was asking Rome that she heard that the coaches believe if DJ Moore and Rome had a baby, it would be Luther Burden. So she's asking Roma Dunze this on live television. And she essentially says, so I heard if DJ and you had a baby, it would be Luther Burden. And Roma Dunze's like, what? What just happened? Wild way to shape that question. So hopefully Stacey doesn't drop any of those. Yeah, he was. Oh, and then she's trying to save it, and it was a whole thing. So she's the sideline reporter, and then Destroying is the sideline creator. Okay.
I don't know what a sideline creator is outside of just doing content on the sideline. I don't think they're going to be going down to Destroying and be like, "Hey, go talk to Andy Reid at halftime and get a report from him." I don't think. I mean, maybe it is, but hard to imagine that that's going to be his role.
Well, I have a feeling we're going to see some Destroying and Jackson Mahomes content. Unfortunately, that's where my mind goes.
I haven't thought about Jackson Mahomes in a very, very long time. He kind of dropped off, but you're right. That's probably because we haven't had NFL recently, and the Chiefs lost in the Super Bowl, so we didn't get any Super Bowl content from Jackson, but that's going to be a rough comeback to see his stuff this year. Woof. You watched SportsCenter last night with Rich Eisen?
Oh, so good. They played the old SportsCenter intro. Dun, 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 dun. They used the old 1996 music with the visuals. I can't believe Paul Aspen, TV extraordinaire, did not see a clip of Rich Eisen hosting the old SportsCenter show. Well, the new SportsCenter show with the old elements, graphics, and music, at least in the intro. That music brings it back, Paul.
I watched it in the break between the last segment and this segment. Yes, when I first sent it over, I was like, I didn't watch this. And I think I'm a 40-year-old man now. I've got to figure out, prioritize my time. But yes, I spent the 90 seconds to watch the intro, and with the sax in the background playing the SportsCenter theme, it brought me back. And it was everything I hoped for and more. So,
Paul, I didn't watch it either, but I did watch the clip intro clip of it. Like seeing the old desk, that was cool. All the old graphics and the set brought you back a little bit.
Does Jake have the affinity for SportsCenter that we do? Probably not, right? Definitely not the heyday of like Eisen and Stu Scott, Kenny Mayne, and whoever Kenny was paired with. Obviously, Dan Patrick, Keith Olbermann, The Big Show. Yeah, Jake doesn't know.
I missed it. I got I became conscious at like the end of the Stuart Scott era, so it's kind of like I know how awesome he was, obviously, but as a whole, as a product, I missed it, which sucks.
That was my morning routine. You'd get up, you'd watch Rugrats, and then you'd watch SportsCenter. I was very dual threat back in the day, Paul, in 1996. Got my Rugrats in, and then my SportsCenter.
I might have aged out of Rugrats by then, but I mean, like, you do like sometimes in my heyday, maybe it's more like G.I. Joe and Ninja Turtles and then SportsCenter. But yeah, you watch the same SportsCenter show like 3 times in a row.
On a loop. That's what I remember. Sitting on the couch, you eat your cereal, and you just lay on that couch till like noon, and it's just on a loop. That was back in my day, yeah. And then you realize, okay, I've seen this stuff 3 times now. It might be time to go outside.
Paul just called you soft, Sam. Paul just called you soft.
Did I?
No, not really. Kind of, though.
It was implied.
Rugrats was like, that was like kind of it's kind of like Power Rangers. It was kind of like leaving that era of my life as those two were kind of coming to the mainstream.
That's when like Rocket Power was coming on. Like Rugrats was out, Rocket Power was in.
What is Rocket Power, Kate?
No.
Nope.
What?
Out. Nope.
I got you, Kate. Kate, this is
Jake,
where I'm back
Rocket
in now.
Power.
Rocket Power was good. Rocket Power ruled.
Rocket Power was awesome.
I couldn't tell you a single thing about Rocket Power.
Today. Yeah.
Paul, I'm pretty sure Paul, I'm pretty sure the people in Rocket Power were based on you, honestly.
Well, now I'm intrigued. All right, now I have to go watch it. Is that a compliment? Probably not, knowing Jake.
Now that you say that, but Paul doesn't give me surfer guy vibes.
More like skater Paul.
G.I. Joe.
I tried to.
Back in the day, Paul? Yeah, that doesn't.
Absolutely not. I tried to skateboard once. I ate it, and I never again got on a skateboard. But I like some surfing here and there, but I definitely wouldn't say I'm a surfer bro.
Yeah. These were guys that like lived on the wharf, They
I like Fisherman's Wharf.
Boardwalk.
I like a bowl of clam chowder. Red Bull.
Yeah. They were great. All right, should we do a little lightning bet, Sam? Want to kick us off?
Hold on. Why did Rocket Power get canceled is the first question that comes up. Anyway, move on to lightning bets.
Why did it? I don't know.
Lots to unpack there. I would also like to let everybody know John Wall's career salary was $287 million. Good for him. Good for him. That's a lot of bread there. I've been trying to add some futures here and there. I'm going to give Christian McCaffrey Offensive Player of the Year 22-1. I think that's a good bet. I'm not scared that he got hurt last year. I'm hearing reports that he's looking like his old self, and that's a team that's favored a bunch. They're going to win 12 games. He's going to get a bunch of touches and a lot of game-breaking runs in those second halves. So I think that's a good bet on McCaffrey. Anything north of 20-1, I would bet. And then I'm going to go with the LA Angels. I know most people don't want to bet Kyle Hendricks, and I understand it, but the market is moving that way against Hunter Green and the Reds. So I can get plus 118 at BetMGM on Hendricks and the Halos. So I'm going to give you McCaffrey, offensive player, and the Angels on the money line.
I like it, Sam. I'm going to go under in Cubs Brewers today. I just don't trust this Cubs offense at all. Under 7.5. That's my play there. Under 72.5 for the Sky team total against the Seattle Storm today. My only 2 bets for this afternoon and evening. Paul, what do you got?
So now I'm going to be going down a Rocket Power rabbit hole. What happened to the mom on Rocket Power? she died in a surfing accident when the kids were young. What were you guys watching on the weekend? This is dark.
I mean,
anyway, no.
I don't remember that
based on what you
happening.
know about me, Paul, are you really that surprised?
But like, I kind of want to go back and watch an episode this afternoon.
Do it. Live tweet it. Make a steak.
Jake, we got make a steak.
I'm going to run back a bunch of dogs from yesterday. I'll be on the Brewers again. I don't care that it's Matthew Boyd. This Cubs team is just, they don't want it. They look atrocious. I'm going to run back the White Sox again, too. Does anyone really think Bryce Elder should be a minus 160 favorite? Okay, I'll take the White Sox. I'll take the Brewers. I'll take Hunter Brown and the Astros as big dogs as well. It just doesn't make sense to me. I know it's Scooble. He's looked shaky the last couple of starts. RIP to those MVP tickets is what it is. Be what it be. I'll take the A's going against the Minnesota Twins, which is basically the five of us. I'm including Gerch in that, on that team in that lineup at this point. And then I'll also go Hunter Green over 7.5 Ks. And please, God, Christopher Sanchez, just do anything tonight.
All right, go Christopher Sanchez.
Yeah, definitely let's go Christopher Sanchez. Shane Steichen asked about Daniel Jones, why he thinks that the Colts can win with him. Well, I think that he's proven that he's played good football in that 2022 season. For the record, that's 3 full seasons ago. He had a hell of a year that year. Good luck,
okay.
Colts.
Does someone want to let him know that that was 3 seasons ago, or are we just going to let him ride with that? Yeah. All right. Good luck to the Colts this year. Good luck to Christopher Sanchez and Jake Hassan this evening. We will circle back tomorrow. Take a look at those Cy Young odds if they've moved at all. Thanks to Jeff Feinberg and Brad Powers for joining us earlier in the show. Sam and I will be back same time tomorrow. Have a great rest of your afternoon. Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats right here on the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Now, from the BetMGM Network, it's time for The Daily Tip.
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
With Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget